Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to tonight's stream, to the end of the first round robin here of season 2 of the Do It Big Invitational. And what a finale we will have. A triple header, 3 games coming at you tonight. We'll get the first one started very, very soon between Double Jungle Gap and Hapuuma Matata. So, welcome to the stream. Thank you for coming through. Get hype. 3 games for you guys to put up your channel points to hopefully win some money. But some of you will lose. We'll lose some of you in that process. But worry not. You only need to win one, and you only need one game to win big. Okay? So, in the first game of the night, we will have Double Jungle Gap versus Hapuuma Matata. Double Jungle Gap here, a team that we have not seen for the good portion of a week now. So, going to be interesting to see how they perform given this extended break along with their new member. We'll talk a little bit more about that. Meanwhile, for Hapuuma Matata, the Pioneer Titan Slayer taking down Andyland in their game earlier this week, showing that gods can bleed. Going to be looking to pick up a win here and move to 4-2 on the season. Hello, Mr. Roger. My nice spelling there, Jeff. Clearly I have a D in my name. Today I'll be redeeming my custom Summoner's Rift game, Pog. We shall be facing Yumi Vor versus Chili's Angles. Sounds good. I'm guessing you're Yumi Vor, in which case, what the fuck? But all right, cool. Anyways, give me a second here as well to make sure that my mic settings are good. I'm trying out a new mic, so let me know how it sounds. If it sounds the exact same, that means I'm using my old mic, which is not what's intended. Give me 1 second here. So, yeah, please let me know if it sounds like, I'm talking from the bottom of a well or something. And that way I can fiddle around with the settings. But if it sounds all good to you guys, then yeah, we're gonna get ready to go very, very soon. All right, just to show you guys that we're not playing around. Boom, the lobby is ready to go here. So, just fiddling with a couple of last minute settings, waiting for, oh, looks like Steven's back from the bathroom. And then we will get the first interviews of the night rolling soonish. Try talking a little closer to the mic or a little louder. I'm going to just move the mic ever so slightly towards me. Okay? Let me know how that sounds. Obviously, when we get into what I'm sure is going to be a very exciting game, I'm going to be talking a lot louder. So I don't want to blow out your speakers just yet. All right. So we're going to get going. I think I'm going to start I'm going to check in with both teams and then get the interview candidates up here very, very soon. Okay, here we go.
Oh, hi, Roger.
Hello, gamers. You
Hey,
guys
Roger.
ready?
Hello.
Hello. Okay.
Hi.
So,
Ba-ba-ba-ba.
hopefully you guys decided on a representative or two in the pregame. I'm gonna ask.
We have.
All right, cool. I'm gonna ask for that in a minute. I'm gonna check in with Puma Matata and then just check the chat. Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay.
All right.
Take
Hello, gamers.
Yon and then Hello.
Hello. Are you guys ready? Do you guys have your pregame interview candidate picked out?
We do.
I think this is supposed to be like Calvin versus me, no?
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. All right. So,
Is that a new mic?
it is a new mic. Thanks for noticing, Alex. Wow,
my
you
goodness,
know
dude.
how to make a girl
like
feel
your-
special.
It's like you're
The
in my
fuck?
head.
The fuck? Says the girl. Okay. But in all seriousness, I'm gonna get just hop into the peanut gallery with me, Hapoom.
Okay.
All right. 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 Okay, so we're gonna get both interview candidates in here very, very shortly for the pregame interview. If I am correct here, we should get a battle of the Zoomers. So just for the audience here, the captains for both of these teams here are literally sophomores in high school. So and good friends, I think. So the battle of the Zoomers is gonna be on the cards very, very soon. Okay. Let's see. Is everybody in here? Everybody's in here.
Stream.
Cool. Cool. Okay, so from Double Jungle Gap on blue side here, we have the captain XX Pelvis Pablo XX, aka Calvin, aka Mr. Zoomer Fingers, aka returning Season 1 champion of the Do It Big Invitational, accompanied by his fellow Zoomer, new addition to the Do It Big tournament, Daddy No Chill, aka Ryan. I am not calling you Daddy, sir, but welcome to Ryan as well. And then representing Hapuuma Matata on the red side, we have Hapoom, aka Brian. So a trio of high schoolers featuring in this exciting game. As always, first question I'm gonna go over to the blue side. So Calvin, we have not heard from Double Jungle Gap for just a little bit. Some extenuating circumstances leading to a week-long break. But what's this new look Double Jungle Gap going to do in this league?
We figured out some of our problems and we sorted a lot of them out. We still got some improving to do, but I gotta say, man, holy shit, dude, this team's fucking scary, man. Like old Double Jungle Gap, like people were laughing at us, but guess what? After this game, it's gonna be different, okay? We got fucking Daddy No Chill on the top lane against what's this guy? This kid's name's Brian. It ain't even a fucking competition. He can't even face Daddy. It's not even fair.
Okay, so it seems XX Pelvis Pablo XX here has no problem calling his new team member Daddy. Gonna be interesting to explore that dynamic as the season goes on. Meanwhile, a warm welcome to Daddy No Chill, but I'm calling you Ryan because I have at least a shred of dignity. Ryan, tell us a little bit about yourself.
So my name is Ryan, and I'm a senior from Parkview High School, and I'm joining this tournament. And especially in this game, I'm gonna claim the position to be the best top laner. And you know how it's gonna go down. It's gonna be top nation. We'll destroy them. Top gap all the way down to bot gap. I'm just not gonna dominate
You're
top
gonna get shit
lane.
on.
I'm gonna go down bot side and kill everybody. This game is ours.
Okay. Well, don't worry, Hapoom. You will now get your chance to return fire here as the third Zoomer in this game. Why is it going to be your Zoomer energy that brings your team the W here?
So, I think Kelvin said something about like people laughing at their team. Now people are gonna cry at their team because it's actually so sad. Their top is it's so bad. Literally 1v1'd him like 4 times, clapped him every single game when he was playing Renekton Ignite top. I can't believe it.
Oh man, the Zoomers, no filter here. Alright, we'll see who's laughing, who's crying after this game, ladies and gentlemen. Just the first game of 3 tonight. So we'll let all of you go back to your respective teams, and when you guys are ready, we will get started soon. Wait, Clovis, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna get you in the game.
Perfect.
A warm
All right,
welcome.
well, me and Ryan are gonna head back. Good luck,
Yeah.
Kaboom.
I got luck.
All right, a warm welcome to Clovis, back after a one-night absence to accompany the audience here with his smooth voice and expert analysis. Okay.
Oh, thank you. You speak so highly of me, Roger.
Of course. Only the best here at Do It Big, both on the Rift and on the desk.
Yeah, this is a very talented community right here.
Indeed.
And speaking of talent, I heard we had some fire games during my hiatus.
Yeah, you missed out last night. The unwon no more.
Yeah, got 2 wins for both our teams. I'm glad we could have such a joyful night.
Indeed.
And Andyland maybe slipping a little bit with their grasp on that undefeated first place position. I think Chili's Angels is going to hold that for now.
Yeah. So every team with at least 2 losses already. So
Yeah.
they're gonna have a bit of a logjam at the top here potentially, but we'll see because there are 3 games tonight to really set the standings here.
Yeah, it can shake
And
things up a little bit.
mhm.
Do you have Double Jungle Gap versus Hapuuma Matata? This is going to be the first game we see from Double Jungle Gap's new roster. And Roger, I am looking forward to see how this new roster plays.
Me too. Going to be accompanied by a bit of a role swap as well. If the viewers remember from week 1, XX Pelvis Pablo XX was in the top lane. Now going to be moving back towards his, I feel like, more natural jungle position. So that in and of itself should be a bit of a buff. And Daddy No Chill on the Rift either. Naturally, an ADC main has been forced into this top lane role for Double Jungle Gap, but has been putting in a lot of hours, as we can see here already, over 300 ranked solo queue games already this season. So definitely no chill when it comes to the solo queue spam. Should mean that he has more than enough experience to transition to this top lane.
Yeah, it's going to make their pick ban pretty unpredictable because, for all intents and purposes, this is a totally new team. Not only did they swap out a player with that role shuffle, they essentially have like 2 entire new players. And shuffling 2 players on a team, that can change the team dynamic, the team style, 180 degrees. So this is not going to be the same double Jungle Gap that we saw last week, that's for sure. And maybe one day I'll be able to say this name correctly.
Yeah, indeed. Okay.
DJG.
DJG. Let's just go with that. DJG definitely a fresh outlook on life, a fresh outlook in the tournament. Let's see if they can reverse some of their fortunes. They did win their opening game before dropping the next 2. Meanwhile, Hapuuma Matata have been a little bit up and down. Lost their first game, 1-2, lost 1, then beat Andyland. I don't think a lot of people saw that coming, so it's really a roller coaster here.
Yeah, Hapuuma Matata on a wild ride, and we'll see what champions they take us with today. Taking a look at the bans here, we see 3 very dive-oriented, strong skirmishing champions, early game power, taken away from the side of DJG, the Viego, the Echo, and the Leona. The Viego is seeing a lot of priority in the tournament this far. A lot of Diego connoisseurs already in this community, whereas we see from the red side, this Anivia Seraphine ban targeting these control mages in mid, as well as the Renekton to perhaps protect Hapuum's matchups.
Interesting here. Okay, so we have a Udyr first pick. Gonna be matched by a Skarner.
I like this Skarner tech. It's not a champion we've seen a lot of in this tournament, but naturally counters a lot of these bruiser type champions. They try to fight, they try to scrap, and bam, they press the gameplay button, and then you're dead to Skarner ultimate. So I think a really natural and intuitive counter to Udyr. Very excited to see that.
Indeed. All right, we're gonna try something new today. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna start the prediction as soon as Champion Select starts. Previously, I had been waiting until all the champions were locked in, just so we can see, maybe, depending on how the picks come in, if people decide to change their vote. I actually have no idea how the mechanics work, as in if you can change your vote, if you can up your ante, but we're going to find out, because the prediction is officially live. So.
All right.
We will
That's a Timo.
I think that might
real?
be a placeholder. I think that might be a
okay.
placeholder.
Because I mean, kind of makes sense if you do have that 80 carry filled in the top lane position, that like maybe you play those ranged auto attackers, something you're comfortable with. You know those orb walking mechanics, right? So
yeah. By the way, it is Misfortune. So that Timo is Misfortune. Which, if you look at it here, is actually going to be a very risky proposition all of a sudden for Double Jungle Gap. They have a bot lane of Senna Misfortune up against a Nautilus Ashe. So Nautilus has 2 juicy hook targets to hit with that absolute cinder block of a hook.
Yeah, that Nautilus is a sturdy fellow, and yeah, Senna at Misfortune are going to have to be really careful. Importantly, Misfortune ult can be really easily cancelled by Nautilus. If you don't have minions in the way, that Nautilus hook is going to shoot out forward, and you're standing still because you are casting Misfortune Ultimate.
Right.
And even if you have something in the way, the Nautilus ult will follow you. You'll get a few waves channeled before you're CC'd, but you're in a pretty vulnerable position after you get knocked up, even if you get your ultimate casted.
Yeah. We see the exact same pick and ban strategy coming out from both teams. Both teams opting to select their jungler and bot lane first. So both teams' solo lanes still a mystery here. What do you expect from any of these teams?
Yeah, I think with these delayed solo lane picks, it implies to me that both teams are trying to hide those picks, get a favorable counter pick matchup, but that will tend to favor the red side a little bit. They will have that last opportunity to lock in a favorable counter matchup. They can potentially lock a flex pick here to hide even more information. So I think red side will have an advantage, but that could turn around really easily. We'll see if blue side has any spicy tricks up their sleeve. If we take a look at these team comps, we see a lot of engage already from the red side, and there you go, Orianna gonna double down on that engage angle. We'll have to see how Double Jungle Gap responds to this. Are they gonna double down, so to speak, on this sort of range style with the Udyr maybe forming a front line? Will they commit more to a split push style, a wave clear style? There's a lot of different angles they can go for, because from, let's see, Hapuuma Matata, they had a very clear theme from the get-go of this engage, but Double Jungle Gap being really more open, more flexible. And that's going to be the Kindred. Is that also real?
Yeah, that's a brand pick.
Double Jungle Gap getting a little bit little confused in their champion select. I assume maybe not everyone owns all the champions. So
yeah.
That's perfectly fine. No problem. We want to preserve the competitive experience here. Shouldn't matter how much blue essence you have or how long you've been playing.
Definitely. So Kindred is Brand and Teemo is Misfortune, ladies and gentlemen. That Garen is Garen, though. Let's see what Hapuuma Matata decided to go with here. And Vlad. Ooh. Okay.
All right. So my brain is a little bit laggy, but my understanding is we have Misfortune Senna in the bottom lane, probably Senna support.
Yep.
But I guess it could be the other way around. We have the Brand mid.
Yep.
And the
and then Garen top.
Jungle and the Garen top. All right. And the Vladimir is real.
And the Vladimir is real. I don't see anything in the invitational chat that tells us otherwise. So that is a Vlad against Garen in the top lane.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that they held that as their last pick counter pick. I wouldn't really think of Vlad into Garen as a counter pick per se. But Vlad can really survive. He can pool if Garen tries to all in. He can pool the Garen ultimate if his timing is good. So it's okay for Vlad, but I feel like it can still be really dangerous. If you dip below 50% health as Vlad, that silence into spin ultimate combo, Garen will bring the judgment to you in the top lane. So it's going to be pretty unforgiving, pretty tight, and we'll see if a Daddy No Chill can put the pressure on this Vlad.
Indeed. By the way, early polling returns show a significant advantage here for Hapuuma Matata, 76-24, so about 1-3 in favor of Hapuuma Matata thus far. It seems the audience not really confident in this new look DJG roster, but it is a new look, so natural to be doubtful of the unknown.
All right, so I know I have a little bit of a caster curse associated with me already, Roger, but unfortunately for them, I'm going to have to give my odds to Hapuuma Matata here. I really like their draft. They have a very cohesive theme. They have a lot of answers to these frontliners, the Udyr and the Garen, in the form of Skarner, Ashe. It's so hard for these melee champions to play into the backline and dive. That being said, one pressure point I want to keep an eye on is this top lane matchup. Both these teams have their strongest superstar player, their carry player in the top lane. And I think that matchup does favor Daddy No Chill. So if he's able to convert that and snowball the game, the composition in the draft is not going to matter. It'll just be a gold runaway.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see the jungle matchup early as well. Udyr has been omnipresent in Summoner's Rift after about a 10-year absence, at least from a competitive aspect, as people realize that the new Chem Tank build plus him clearing so fast going to lead to a lot of early tempo advantages for Udyr's team. So it'll be interesting to see how they decide to leverage that early game advantage over Skarner in this game. Should obviously be able to bully Skarner off of the crab of his choosing. If I'm Skarner here, I would definitely be pathing towards my bot lane. Vladimir, Orianna, neither are particularly good candidates to gank for early on. Very minimal CC setup, whereas you have Mr. Anchorman down in the bot lane. So, will be interesting to see where this Skarner decides to go. If he finds Udyr, probably gonna have a very bad time.
Yeah, definitely don't want to challenge in the early game. Skarner does naturally beat Udyr in those later fights, especially when Skarner unlocks his ultimate. But Udyr is a champion who doesn't have an ultimate, so if he fights you in the river, he has a lot of sustain, really reliable CC, and Skarner will have a hard time getting away. We'll have to see the shrine control too, because if Skarner does have his shrine, he can still fight back against Udyr. He's no slouch when it comes to early game dueling, so keep an eye on the collapse, keep an eye on those early skirmishes. The mid-prio will matter a lot too.
Indeed. Okay, so all the champions are locked in. It's just a matter of waiting for this spectator delay to tick down. Again, double jungle gap 1 and 2, but a new outlook on life here with their new top laner, Daddy No Chill. Gonna try to get back on track in Season 2 here. Hapuuma Matata gonna look to build off the huge momentum that they built up in their win over Andyland and try to bring their record to 4 and 2. So if we look here, due to some rescheduling, not every single first round robin game will be played by the end of tonight. But we could have a scenario here where we have 4 teams, I believe, with either 4 wins and 2 losses or 5 wins and 2 losses by the time the night is over.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, so Team Pokey card, which will be the last game of the night, also looking to go to 5 and 2. Boom Matata, if they move to 4 and 2, will be tied up with Andyland and just having to play that one more game to potentially look to move them to 5 and 2 as well.
Ooh, that is really exciting. I think earlier this week it looked like there was a pretty decisive lead for Andyland, and people thought they were going to go unchallenged, but this is turning out to be quite a nail biter. Andyland no longer in first place, so Puma Matata and Pokecard fighting for first. A lot could go on tonight, and luckily for Pokecard, they are going to be facing off against Don't Worry We Scale, who haven't been having the strongest run so far. They did pick up their first win, but we'll see if they can bring the heat tonight and challenge Pokecard for that too.
Yeah.
Anyway, that'll be the later tonight. We'll have to focus on this game.
Indeed.
For the moment,
So let's talk about team fight potential here for both teams. A couple of huge AoE ultimates available for both teams. We have Senna Misfortune Brand for Double Jungle Gap. You want on the other side a little more pick oriented, but they do have the Orianna Shockwave, obviously, and the Vladimir also going to be amplifying his team's damage in a team fight as well with his, what's it called? I know it's blood related. I know it's not hemoglobin, but
Sanguine Hemoplague.
It's hemo something. There we go. The Hemoplague. Yeah. So we'll see if he can hit some juicy Hemoplagues here and really amplify his team's damage.
Indeed. Yeah, I guess one thing that's been on my mind as this draft finished up, I thought in my head, oh yeah, of course, Hapuuma Matata outscales. They have this Vladimir. They have this Ashe, like they have all this late game power and late game damage, but the more I'm thinking about it, I'm not sure if they actually do have the scaling advantage. Sure, if everyone stands in one spot and they 5v5, sure, Hapuuma Matata has more useful tools, more useful AoE, more useful wombo combo, but from Double Jungle Gap, we see split push options from Udyr and Garen. We see this Brand ultimate, Misfortune ultimate, so if you engage perfectly, sure, you win. But if you mess up at all, you're going to get ripped apart by bullet time pyroclasm. Like,
yeah, no, for sure.
Your backline will get destroyed, and they can't follow your front line engage. So this is actually going to be really close. I'm not sure Hapuuma Matata really has that much of an advantage from draft than I originally thought.
Okay, so potentially revising your strategy here, Clovis. Maybe revising your bet as well.
Yeah,
But
double
as
back on
is
this one.
okay, so the betting is officially closed here, though. So the final tally will be 22-78 in favor of the red side team here, Hapuuma Matata. About as expected, as I would imagine. Matata with the big win over Andyland. I think on average we would generally give the skill advantage over to them as well, but it's a new day here for Double Jungle Gap.
Yeah, double jungle gap. We'll have to see because Daddy No Chill's kind of an X factor on this team. I've know a little bit about this player. He seems to be a pretty strong in-game leader or shot caller potentially, and that might be exactly what Double Jungle Gap need to go from a middling tier team to rocketing up the roster because they have a lot of potential. They've shown a lot of really competitive games. They just need like that little extra something, like
Right.
that little extra bit to form that cohesive team, not just 5 players.
Right, definitely. Okay, as we load on to the Rift here, looks to be relatively standard 5-point starts from both teams. Let's see if that changes. Udyr going to walk up here and drop an early ward. Skarner only going to be able to auto it once.
Yep.
Okay.
Pretty uneventful early game. I think there was an opportunity for Hapuuma Matata to play a little bit of level 1 with that Nautilus hook, but they're not going to go for it, and not too... it's pretty respectable. You don't want to face check into Garen either, so
Right.
we'll just have a calm early game. How nice.
Yeah. So it looks like junglers here shading towards opposite sides, which should be a win here for Skarner. Again, we mentioned this before the game, but Skarner does not want to meet Udyr at Crab here early on. Ooh, interesting movement here coming in from the Nautilus Ashe duo. Gonna signal for sure that Skarner is starting topside. And look at this. Garen gonna be poking
The
around
solo
here.
invade. Whoa!
Okay, just messing around here. It looks like Garen will be leaving, but did force a ward to be dropped there. So I guess that's technically a win if you are double jungle gap.
Yeah, I think that's actually a pretty smart move now that I think about it. Because, let's say Vlad and Skarner find you, what CC are they going to hit you with?
Exactly.
You
And
just
then
leave.
whatever
I guess
harass
Skarner
you take.
eats you, but then he's not doing his camp. Yeah. So
And whatever harass you take, you'll heal back up with that
Right.
passive as well. So
great
stuff.
champion, Garen. Yeah.
great champion.
We'll see if Poon get to work on autoing these minion waves, and it's got a little bit of damage on Daddy No Chill, but Garen should have an advantage. Ooh,
Yeah.
a bottom push going on.
What's interesting here, if you just saw, the Nautilus actually moved toward the blue side entrance of Skarner. Actually, I think Hapuuma Matata doing their homework here, well aware of the invade and dueling potential of this Udyr in the early game. So gonna make sure that Udyr is pathing towards that 6 camp clear. But look at the difference in clear speeds here early on, Clovis. Skarner is still doing his Raptor camp. Udyr about to finish his Wolves. So a full camp ahead of his counterpart here.
Yeah, that is a big difference, and especially too, I think it's magnified by the fact that the Vladimir leash it's okay, but the MF Senna leash significantly better. Get those 2 people autoing the camp at level 1, so those things combined with Udyr's naturally faster pacing, it's going to favor Udyr a lot. That being said, since we do see the opposite side starts, I think Skarner should be happy to cure that buff.
Yeah, in the bot lane, we're seeing here, this Senna is actually having a pretty good time autoing the Anchorman. We can see here he's harvesting these souls, but now Senna wow, good thing had that one caster minion there to block a potential hook. Otherwise, it could have been danger for the Senna trying to grab those myth wraiths up to get those free stats. Skarner here actually going to go for a full 6 camp clear before starting on the Crab, which will mean Udyr will be in a position to contest. However, there is bot lane priority coming up from Hapuuma Matata, so let's see what happens here. Udyr is here now, but Skarner going to push this down towards his bot lane. So good play there if you are Hapuuma Matata to make sure that your team helps you out with what otherwise would have been a disadvantageous jungle matchup.
Yep. Magnus should be pretty happy to just recall out of there. head on home. And overall, a pretty uneventful early game. One big advantage we do see is that CS lead in the... actually, the CS lead is quite even across the board. We do see a CS lead in the top side of the map for Garen, though, so keep an eye on that. But otherwise, things are pretty even, and I don't think there's a decisive lead one way or the other yet. Before something does happen, do you want to call out that Arena Thunder with that barrier compared to Niku Toilet's teleport? So I wonder if that will come into play if we start fighting soon. Oh, an early dragon. Yeah, it's going to be a nice pickup, but it does mean that Udyr's route is a little bit funky. He's going to be later returned to his top camps, but overall still ahead in tempo.
Oh shit, sorry, I was muted for some reason.
Oh, you're good. I can hear you now.
Wait. Hello?
Hey, Roger. Hello?
Hello?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Can you hear me, Roger?
I can.
All right. We should be golden, right? It's the...
Yeah, but it's apparently the stream says I'm muted.
Huh.
Let's take a look here. What's going on with the audio? Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. We are trying out a new mic test.
Oh, it's all good now? All right. Chat says it's all good. We're good. All right, had a little bit of a technical glitch, but I think we're back, Roger. We should be good to go.
Okay. Alright, let's hope that is the case. Luckily, nothing major.
Oh, they're saying no game sounds. That's what they're saying.
Okay.
Wow, really? Do you guys prefer listening to the in-game sounds rather than our incredible commentary? That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
Understandable.
No offense taken. What's going on here? Why is this?
You could try disabling in-game sounds and then re-enable.
Okay, I'm gonna try something. Oh, Nautilus going for a hook here. Gonna be able to find a hook onto the brand. The shockwave does not land, but the barrier does come out. So, a good roam here by Nautilus. Let's see if the stream is able to hear the game sounds now. The brand ultimate did get used here. Look at that. The newly buffed brand ultimate going to be bouncing back and forth between Orianna and Brand. Both mid laners trading it out here. Yeah. I'm kind of surprised here that no early game kills have been picked up by either team. Mostly speaking to the Udyr, I guess, who definitely wants to try to leverage his early tempo advantage into a successful gank or two. And also this bot lane I thought would be a lot more explosive. Again, Nautilus has 2 prime hook targets in both the Senna and the Misfortune, but has not been able to find a hook in lane. Did just find that roam onto Brand, which almost resulted in a kill. And will be interesting to keep an eye out on that. Brand without either summoner here, and most importantly the flash, will mean that this Predator Skarner can zoom in there and just kidnap Brand for a potential kill. Ooh. Hold on, Senna gonna get hooked here. Gonna be followed by an Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Gonna be the knockup as well. The Senna going very low. One more auto from the Ash. Gonna be able to pick that one up. Now Misfortune gonna be bite up by the Nautilus hook auto as well, but not gonna be enough damage coming out just yet. But There is that first blood. Meanwhile, Garen going to be coming down here. Let's see if they're aware. Nala's going to try to hook at Misfortune. It will be able to find the Misfortune here. Couple autos from the Ashe. But the flash coming in from the Garen going to be matched by the flash from the Ashe. And now this Ashe is out of jail. There's an Orianna here. Flash in. But the QW going to be enough. Now the hook onto the Garen plus the Shockwave. Now going to be a Impale as well. A huge play by Hapuuma Matata in the bot lane. Going to explode this game into life.
He's going to keep on farming, and overall it's going to be a huge win for Hapuuma Matata to get that brutal CC chain. The melee champions can't get on the backline, and unfortunately Celery Man just barely limps away. Judgment does not come out from the Garen, doesn't pick up that kill.
Okay. Let me know, ladies and gentlemen. I'm fiddling around with some audio settings. I think Clovis, unfortunately, whatever I changed, muted you for the worst. So let me know if we have both game sounds and Clovis now.
All right,
It says
excellent.
everything working. Oh my goodness. All right.
We're good.
Okay, so thank you for bearing with us, ladies and gentlemen. Here at Do It Big, always striving to give you the best quality cast possible, but there might be some bumps in the road here. I am by no means a professional gamer. Okay, yeah, no game sounds now. So it seems like we're basically
It's either
either gonna
me or the
have
game.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna try one more thing here.
What is Rift Herald doing? Oh, Simple Actions getting hit by the
Enchanted
Depth
Crystal.
Charge combo
Oh,
into the
there
Enchanted
it.
Crystal Arrow.
Oh no, there is that pick potential coming out from Ashe and Nautilus. Going to mean a dead Misfortune again. However, there is responding pressure in the top lane courtesy of the Rift Herald. So Garen will be able to bring this Rift Herald to the second tier 2 turret there. Good damage and good priority for the Garen. Okay, let's see here now if we finally get all three. We can't hear anyone. Oh my god. How is this possible? Okay. Hold on here, ladies and gentlemen. Udi are going to try to go aggressive onto the Nautilus, but there is a double shockwave here going to come out. Dawning Shadow over the top, but Udi are going to be pulled in. There is that Brand ultimate. A lot of people on fire. There is a Vladimir here as well. There is a Hemo Plague. Going to be able to pick up the Brand. This Skarner is so low. Going to be burning down to that Brand passive. Will mean that this is a 1-for-1 when all is said and done. Not in favor of either team, I was about to say, but just a bloody encounter here in this bottom lane river. Ooh. A perfect pool. Yeah. Yeah, so Vladimir thus far falling a little bit behind on CS, but generally has a better time scaling into team fights. Hold on, Udyr going to be able to find the Vlad, or is it Vlad finding Udyr? There's a Skarner here in tow. No Impale available, but did get that crystallized down. No auto to confirm the stun, however. And since it is a Cloud Dragon map, Udyr will be zipping around in the jungle so fast with that bear stance, plus the little Cloud Soul map effect. Hold on, gonna be... Okay, hold on. Misfortune gonna get dove here. Oh no. Oh my god, I don't know what to focus on right now. Hold on, Nala's gonna get low, very low here. Senna going aggressive, gonna hook the wall. One more auto from the Senna. We'll be able to pick this one up. Let's see if he's able to find it. There it is. Gonna be the Q onto the control ward, so enhancing that auto range. Gonna be able to pick that one up. So good Senna play here coming out of the northwest. An overextended Nautilus will give that kill over to the Senna. Good pickup here for double jungle gap. Okay, how now? How about now? How about now? All right, audience. Okay.
Still, no one can hear me, unfortunately.
Nope. Okay. How? Okay. I tried.
Alright,
I tried. I tried editing it again.
all right. I'm talking, and Hapuuma is back on the map. He's leaning against Garen, but with that 20 CS lead toward Garen, he already has his Stride Breaker completion, and that combined with the Rift Herald crash from earlier means that Garen will exert a lot of pressure on Hapuuma while Hapuuma tries to scale up. Oh, okay, good. They can hear
Yep,
me
they
again.
can hear you now. Speaking of, there is that
Alright.
Strike used in the top lane. Vladimir will have that enhanced Q to heal him back up, but the Judgment is available for Garen. Not going to be able to get Vladimir low enough here for that execution.
Yep, and they're going to limp away. So this tempo lead with the top tower is going to be important for double jungle gap, but they are going to need to put the pressure on, put the pedal to the gas.
There's that
Because-
Strikebreaker used again, and Vlad gonna go relatively low, but the Judgment not enough damage there. Vlad will be able to heal this back up. Garen should not have that much threat anymore. Although that Stridebreaker cooldown is rather low, about 20 seconds, means if Vladimir
This
is not
is diveable.
careful. Yeah, Garen
Yeah,
looking
W
for
back
it here.
on cooldown for 5 seconds.
Ghost's gonna come
5
out
seconds,
here.
5 seconds!
Oh,
Oh!
wow. So Garen with a successful dive onto the Vladimir here. That Hemo Plague is not going to come down in time to heal him back up. However, Hapuuma Matata going to be able to get the second dragon of the game for themselves. Going to be the first Cloud Dragon as well.
Wow, Daddy No Chill showing up big time in his first Do It Big game. This is his debut game, ladies and gentlemen, and non-binary identifying individuals. And he definitely is making a big impact on this game, getting that solo kill after he is blown out by that teleport bottom, mind you. Puma has happily been farming top lane and then takes the tier 2 tower after his death. Still has teleport available to make the cross-map play. And Double Jungle Gap is looking to potentially open up the map. They can send Garen to roam, they can send him bottom lane, free up their duo lane to roam mid, and bust down every single turret on the map. We're going to have to see some tight engages from Hapuuma Matata to stop this split push.
Garen is hanging around here in the top side of mid. Let's see what both teams decide to try to do here. If you are Hapuuma Matata, you have to recognize your game is the pick potential. In a team fight, that Pyroclasm going to do so much damage to your team, going to be bouncing back and forth. But in more skirmish-oriented scenarios with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, with the Skarner in Pale, going to be a lot of single-target lockdown. Let's see what they decide to go for here. With no Dragon or Baron spawning here for the next 2.5 minutes, should just be relatively chill laning phase. But hold on, Nautilus now going to eat this. Oh, where is it? The Misfortune going to get hooked up by the Nautilus here. Where's the depth charge? There it is, double shockwave. Misfortune going to go very, very low here. The Pyroclasm is bouncing back and forth here, but Senna should go down very, very shortly. Scarlet to flash in, trying to get the last autos here, but Garrett is here as well. Flash on top of the Orianna. Judgment going to be enough to pick that one up, and now the Orianna is dead as well. Scarlet going to go down.
Ash.
This Garrett doing so much work with the teleport. This Vlad trying as he can. Does not have the Hemo play. Going to be forced to flash over the wall. This Udyr is slightly overextended, but going to be very, very tanky. And Daddy No Chill going to rescue this for his team here. Let's see what happens. Strikebreaker to go in. Gonna be a lot of tower shots being tanked up here, but just gonna strut out of their flashing mastery as he goes. So a huge teleport here coming in from the Garen. Gonna turn around what was looking to be a relatively doomed team fight after both Senna and Misfortune were caught out there.
Yeah, it's kind of an indecisive fight victory, but I guess Double Jungle Gap does pull away the advantage. They get that Herald Crash, they take the tower, they reset, they get one extra kill, and who knows what's going to happen now. They did collect a huge shutdown on the Orianna, who was 4-0 before this fight. It's really interesting how these team fights happen, right? Because if we take a look at Double Jungle Gap, their gold is onto Garen and onto Udyr. That's where their farm advantage is. If you take a look at Hapuuma Matata, their farm advantage is in the AD carry position and in mid lane, right? So with that in mind, Hapuuma Matatas need to take care and keep their backline alive. Make sure that their carries are free hitting. And on the other side, we see Double Jungle Gap. They need to engage. They need to flank. They need to tighten these team fights, get that grasp around the flanks so that their front line can just blow up these squishy carries, right? So with these really asymmetric win conditions and fights, expect to see these really exciting engages, and I'm not sure who's going to come out on top yet. There's still not a clear lead.
Yeah. This next dragon fight gonna potentially be the decider here in terms of who has the momentum in the mid game. There is
speaking
a
of
solid...
dragon, speaking of dragon, I do see it as your favorite soul, Roger, the Cloud Dragon.
Indeed. But Cloud Dragon, not too bad for either team. You know, it's just not as good.
It's move speed.
Hold on.
So,
Garen now gonna go aggressive. Gonna be an Udi here, trying to look for a dive as well. But there's a Skarner in tow. Double Hemo Play gonna land here, but does not have that pool available. This Vlad gonna go very low. Dottie Shadow over the top, just trying to give some more shielding. Now this Skarner gonna be dead as well very soon. Look at this duo here. No one is taking any damage. Garen just gonna stand there menacingly as Skarner goes down. And Daddy No Chill showing absolutely no chill here as well. Oh my goodness, living up to his name and dragging his team into the win column, it looks like. 4-1 and 2 now, absolutely dominating this Vladimir after a bit of a dicey early game play, teleporting down only to be killed. But thus far, double jungle gap looking really good. And Nautilus now needs to be careful, going to be found out here by the Udyr. This will be a dead Nautilus, oh no.
Yeah. Not getting away from this one.
Another kill now going to be picked up by Senna. Let's take a look here, by the way. Senna on 63 stacks, so going to be doing more than enough damage here as well. It looks like Dragon going to be evened up here at 2-2 following that pick on Nautilus. If you're Hapuuma Matata, what do you do to get this Garen off of your back?
Yeah, they're gonna need to come up with something soon because they are in a bit of a timer here. The turrets are falling down around them. They're gonna need to challenge for Baron. So if they can't set up that team fight engage that they've been looking for, they're going to see this game slip out of their grasp. We're seeing them fall into a little bit of the trap that we've seen a lot of the big teams make. Actually, is over prioritizing these early dragons. Sure, dragons are good. Dragons are super awesome. It's a win condition. But if you trade dragons on the map for towers, then you can just get enough of a gold lead that, sure, the other team gets the first 1 or 2 dragons, but you show up later with more money, you beat them, you kill them, you take their gold, and you get the dragon later, right? So you need to be careful over committing onto dragons to make sure you're not paying too much, because if you're sacrificing your economy, you're going to end up in a dangerous position just like this.
The Impale is available as well. Enchanted Crystal Arrow going to lock up the Misfortune. Should be going very low. The Hemo Plague should be able to pick that one up. Senna should be dead as well. And the bot lane of Double Jungle Gap here going to go down. There is an angry Garen in the bot lane of Hapuuma Matata, however, going to be pushing down onto this bot tier 2. So Hapuuma Matata, knowing Garen does not have teleport, going to start on this Baron, but no one being sent back will mean Garen will be able to get onto this tier 3 inhibitor turret as well. This is by no means a fast Baron from Hapuuma Matata. Gonna instead rely on the empowered recall coming in following the Baron pickup to respond to this split push. But in that time, Garen actually not going to be able to get to the turret, running out of minions there, but still good cross-map pressure being applied by this Garen.
Yeah, fortunately they do have that Kraken Slayer on the Ashe, so Solar Man is going to burn that down, and they get the recall. It's not going to be free. Garen does pick up that bottom tower, but is exactly what Hapuuma Matata need to do to stay in this game. They use their engage tools, they find the fight they want, and they continue to convert that into the objective. Double Jungle Gap, happy to continue to trade, continue to split, and they'll just wait out this Baron and look to fight afterward, but this Baron power play is going to be really decisive. If Hapuuma Matata can stabilize off this Baron, get tower gold back into their own pockets, they're actually going to take a gold lead.
Yeah, still all three, excuse me. Wow, all of Hapuuma Matata's tower, or Double Jungle Gap's tower is still up here. Gonna mean, like you said, a lot of that standing gold, but that being said, I don't know that they can afford to split up their resources. We've seen already in these skirmish scenarios with Garen and Udyr involved, and with both Garen and Udyr going towards the double-winged moonplate items, they're going to be zipping around the map here. Far
I'm
better.
very
Okay,
worried for
Garen
Nico
gonna try to
Toilet.
find. There it is. Gonna be fighting Strikebreaker onto Orianna. Orianna forced the flash over the wall here. Gonna be matched by Garen flash as well. Gonna try to zip himself out of there. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, gonna be 3v3, and Vlad gonna match Udyr in the bot lane. So 1-3-1 gonna be the macro call here from Hapuuma Matata with this Baron. But Garen more than happy to match anybody coming out from Hapuuma Matata here. Gonna stride break onto their face and just start spinning to win. Let's see if they decide to pull the trigger here on that enchanted crystal arrow.
They're looking for it, but Salaryman already chunked out. I think, unfortunately for Hapuuma Matata, 1-3-1 really just plays into double Jungle Gap's game plan. They activate the split pushers, they waste their Baron, they can't leverage their team fight and their engage when they're all separated. So, unfortunately, all they really get for is trading flashes with Nico Toilet and Daddy No Chill, and they're going to reset, try one more time, but that's a huge chunk of their Baron play already gone.
Yeah. By the way, for the viewers, Rohit and Charles, who do not watch any professional League of Legends, this is the Senna build now. You go Kraken Slayer into Ginsu's Rage Blade, you do a ton of damage because your Q now applies a stack of Kraken Slayer. So going to be doing a lot of true damage. You're going to be also addressing Senna's primary weakness in the game, which is her lack of attack speed. So with Ginsu's auto attacks at least a respectable clip, and going to be doing a lot of damage from a very, very safe distance. With the support Senna, the buffed drop rates on those Mithrace will mean that at 26 minutes she is about to approach the 80 soul mark, which will mean that she will have 700 range with which to auto these dive-heavy melee-oriented champions coming out from Hapuuma Matata.
Keep an eye on this Garen in the split push. Hapuuma Matata want this dragon, but they might be reaching a little too far. They're on a huge timer, and looks like double Jungle Gap's having just to walk away and let Daddy No Chill tear apart the base. This dragon better spawn soon, or Hapuuma Matata is going to be in a very bad spot.
Yeah, okay, looks like Orianna will again be on Garen duty here. Going to be the one sent back, which will mean a 4v4, but Garen already pushing down onto this top inhibitor turret, and Orianna not going to be doing too much to him as he tries to take down the inhibitor. Actually going to try to stride break forward, but not going to try to go for that. Orianna just going to be autoing away on towards this Garen. But meanwhile, in the bot lane, okay, Dragon will be picked up here. Depth charge used to try to dissuade the Udyr from coming in, but look at it. This Garen does not care whatsoever about the Orianna damage or lack thereof, and actually going to be an engage in the bot lane. Pyroclasm went out here. Gonna be a slow Nautilus, but now, though, there's a Vladimir on the backline here of Double Jungle Gap. Let's see how aggressively does play it. Udyr gonna be gunned down here by the Ashe, and Vlad gonna go golden here. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Garen is literally healing off this Orianna damage. Now gonna go and pick up the inhibitor, and looks like we'll be able to strut out of here with no problem, stride breaking away as well. So, if you are Double Jungle Gap, you are happy with that trade. You do put Hapuuma Matata on Cloud Soul Point, but you all now have 5 minutes of a top lane super minion wave to pressure the rest of the map.
Yeah, League of Legends is a game of exchange, especially in fives play. I know a lot of times in solo queue, one person makes one bad decision, and then everyone funnels in to die alone immediately afterward. But we don't see that, because Do It Big is filled with macro geniuses, and one thing that we're showcased in textbook fashion by Double Jungle Gap is that you don't always have to fight for everything. Sure, they can have the dragon, but what are they going to do topside? And League of Legends, it's a game of resource allocation. If you have all your people in one spot, it means they're not anywhere else. They're not farming. They're not relieving pressure. They're not securing vision. And you have to balance grouping together and managing your economy. And Double Jungle Gap really exploit how Hapuuma Matata's really tunneled on these dragon fights. That's where Hapuuma Matata is strong. Granted, they have all these engage tools, but if they don't find those engages decisively and quickly, their base is going to get pressured out by Garen. Now we're in this really tense, fragile game state. The inhibitor is down for Hapuuma Matata. It's going to be really challenging for them to challenge for Baron. Garen split pushing the bottom side. Hapuuma Matata has to look for a fight, and they need to win fast. Otherwise, Garen's going to tear up their base.
Yeah, and if you think about it, this Garen doesn't even have a particularly split push oriented build. After picking up that stride breaker, opting for the force of nature plus the dead man's plate. So definitely not the best or the fastest tower killer, but a very sturdy one. We saw there Orianna having all the time in the world to hit him, did next to nothing. Garen, after taking the inhibitor, just walked away there. So will be interesting. We're seeing the weakness here of having a non-teleport top laner. Means that Hapuuma Matata are not comfortable sending Vlad to try to match the Garen. Instead, it's Orianna with the teleport matching here in these scenarios, and Orianna does not stand up to Garen whatsoever, especially with the build that Orianna has selected here. Going to be a Liandry's plus the Demonic Embrace to try to burn through the max HP here. But
Yeah,
I mean, it's
and
very
losing that
not very burst oriented.
Yeah, losing that Orianna, it's a double-edged sword, right? Like, Orianna is not going to stop Garen. Garen will just leave for 15 seconds, come back at full health. And not only that, you're missing out on Shockwave at your team fights. And this is a huge tool that Hapuuma and Matata need to start engages. Oh god, this Udyr's so scary.
Alright, now here is where Orianna can shine. With a tower behind her, she can just wave clear safely from a distance before Garen is able to get on top of the turret and start doing some damage. But looks like, meanwhile, this other side of the map here, Ashe has not been willing to pull the trigger with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, so no proactivity from Hapuuma Matata will mean that Double Jungle Gap can just walk around and get whatever they want. And what they want right now is this Baron. It has been started here. Ping's going down here as well onto the jungle.
Do they even know?
But
they don't know.
Yeah, they have no idea. Instead, Nala's going to opt to try to hook the Garen. Garen's just going to be a distraction here. The real prize is going to be this uncontested Baron for Double Jungle Gap, which will put them in the driver's seat here for the next 3 minutes.
They have a 3k gold lead, they have the Baron. It means that they're going to set up for a pretty easy Dragon secure. I don't think there's a way Hapuuma Matata can walk into this Dragon in 45 seconds and expect not to lose their entire base. So this Dragon is going to go over to Double Jungle Gap unless something totally bizarre happens. And with that, both teams are going to be on Cloud Soul Point. Double Jungle Gap will have the tempo advantage. They're going to crack open the base with the Baron, and things are looking pretty grim here for Hapuuma Matata.
Yeah, but it can always be turned around. The Hemo Plague plus a Shockwave onto 5 members of Matata that have no blinks, no dashes, really. So if Orianna can position that ball well, can be a huge teamfight turnaround for Hapuuma Matata.
It's true. There is always that wombo combo victory for Hapuuma Matata. If you get that 5-man Shockwave into the Hemo Plague, then it's lights out, and you can get a clean ace, run it down mid, end the game. It'll be a little tricky since every single tower is still up for Double Jungle Gap, but that timeline is still available to us. Levels are getting high, death timers are long, and just takes one fight. This is League of Legends after all.
As this game goes on and on, let's take a quick look at the Senna stacks, by the way. So Senna here now sitting on almost 100 stacks will mean approximately 75 AD plus 100, 75 AD, oh my goodness, 50% crit chance. And okay, there is that engage, gonna land onto the Brand gonna use barrier to buy some time. Pyroclasm does go out here. Gotta be careful if you're Ashe. Unfortunately, not have the passive prog. And Vlad now gonna try to do some damage here. Udyr gonna be the victim of the Impale. Shockwave only gonna hit one, and now Garen trying to go deep. Gonna be able to pick up Orianna first, but now in tower range, Sterix though gonna do a lot to try to get him out of there. Ashe is not willing to get into this team fight whatsoever. Gotta auto here if you are Ashe. What are you afraid of? Gonna be flash away from the Udyr. Now Udyr going very, very low, but gonna be able to walk away. Look at this stupid champion. And now Garen gonna flash and pick up the Ashe. Oh my god. And that will be game over to Double Jungle Gap. The front line here just playing it so well. Not gonna go down. Going so very low. But the game will be over, ladies and gentlemen. Double Jungle Gap. The new look Double Jungle Gap gonna come back with a bang.
Power. Wait, can they? I'm pretty sure they could have just ended here, but they're actually going for the bottom inhibitor. There might be a respawn here.
Wait a minute. Are they trying to pad their structure damage here?
Wait, they gotta look. I'm pretty sure they had the end there, Roger. Surely they could have just.
Oh no!
The Nexus towers.
Oh no!
The game will continue.
Okay, I'm sorry. I assumed, ladies and gentlemen, that we had.
I think we had a little bit of a missed lethal there.
No.
It was close, but I'm pretty sure they had enough time to just click the structures. Udyr, Brand,
right?
Yeah, I think they just had enough damage. But that being said, we're going to be fighting for Cloud Soul Point in 3 minutes. But unfortunately for Hapuuma Matata, they have Their base is in shambles. They are missing 2 inhibitors, and I think it'll be really hard for them to leave. Should just be a matter of time for Double Jungle Gap. They just secure all the objectives, they get the Cloud Soul, and they're going to run into the base. There's still going to be one more try. Can Hapuuma Matata make that miracle team fight happen, or are they going to succumb to the next push?
Now, one thing you have to keep in mind here, though, is a flash cooldown. So Flash on MF is not available. It is available for Brand and Senna. Meanwhile, for Hapuuma Matata, we still have a flash on Skarner and Orianna as well. So, and no flash for Garen, crucially. So we'll see here what the plan is for Hapuuma Matata, but they should recognize that at least they will not have that Garen flash to pressure their backline.
Yeah, Hapoom getting maybe caught out here.
Oh my goodness, look at that Senna. Senna is not afraid of this Vlad whatsoever. Obviously it helps to have a little Garen behind him, but goodness gracious. Hapuuma Matata just slowly wilting underneath the pressure that is this split push Garen, unable to pull the trigger here despite having Ashe and Skarner and Nautilus. So much pick potential, but the Udyr are going to be doing enough there to just standing menacingly, going to dissuade engage onto what is otherwise a very, very squishy and immobile backline.
Oh, that Brand harass is really horrific. The Rhyhlife slow is just brutal, and with that, Arena Thunder is going to zone out all these frontliners. Oh, and Hapuuma Matata just concede the last inhibitor. I think that was where they needed to fight. With that inhibitor going down, it's going to be very, very challenging then to get out of their base.
Yeah.
They will get a lot of farm, though. That's something.
Yeah, unfortunately, they do not have the Senna. Otherwise, Senna would be stacking souls to the moon here. But as it stands, triple inhibitor waves will mean that Soul should be handed over. But it is still just Cloud Soul. Not going to be a ton of in-game combat power, although people like Garen and Udyr, if he does time that Phoenix ult activation well, will benefit immensely from that increased move speed.
Man, the Sun is at 117 stacks. My God.
Yeah, going to be 120 following the Crab and Dragon kills here. So, just for the viewers, that means it's a 750 range Senna with 85% crit chance. Technically, the crit chance gets turned into on-hit damage from the Ginsu's Rage Blade. But even then, just going to mean that this support coming out from Double Jungle Gap is going to basically be a second 80 carry. So, going to be a ton of damage piling onto the Skarner and the Vlad as they try to get in there.
And they're going to happily... They're going to make this a clean end. They were a little bit shy to end the first time round, but this time, surely, I think they'll be able to spot lethal. They're going to have 3 inhibs down. They're going to have the Baron buff, so I'm pretty sure this is what they're going to end with. I don't imagine they'll recall. Yeah, they're just going to walk down mid.
Mm-hmm.
I think they can figure it. Yeah, alright, we got the end angle. Let's go.
Okay, so the end angle is on here. As far as I'm concerned, this is a walk into base and press S scenario if you are Double Jungle Gap, but obviously they have buttons that they want to press as well.
Daddy Inertial's going to escort the bottom wave in, and they're just going to sync up 3 waves of pressure, walk into the base. Hapuuma Matata will have to fight, and it's not going to be on terms there favorable. Alright, we're waiting for the next waves to crash in. Any moment now. Oh, wait!
Gonna be able to find the Brand. It looks like still no flash. Gonna go. The power class did get used, but does get split up by the Orianna there, so crucial there. But now there are D gates potentially being opened up here. Orianna gonna flash a double shockwave onto Udyr and the Garen. Udyr gonna go down first. Garen should be going down very, very shortly, and the game will not be over, Clovis. The game will not end here. Hapuuma Matata with another stand. I don't think it will be the last stand, though, because look at how far they have to go to even get to these tier 1 turrets.
I'm not sure how much longer I can handle this, Roger. The suspense is killing me. I thought it was over, then I thought it was over again, and then now there's an ace, and I can barely keep track of this game, Roger.
Oh my goodness. Well, let's keep track of these death timers here. Senna is up in 4 seconds. Brand up in 10. Will mean this tier 2 mid should be as far as Hapuuma Matata goes. However, they could also play for a scenario here where Where Double Jungle Gap do not sync up their death timers and just slowly filter in one by one. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow is up. You can pull the trigger right now. You should pull the trigger right now if you are Hapuuma Matata. But no, they will just retreat here. Looks like a case, maybe just this high pressure game, 40 minutes in, not the soundest decision making will mean that Garen and Udyr will be back on the map, and it should be more pressure now for Hapuuma Matata that they have to stand up to. Fortunately, they do have that bot lane inhibitor spawn, so it's not going to be double super minions in every single wave, but Misfortune here still with the Baron buff for... I can't even see the Baron buff timer, unfortunately.
I know what this means, Roger, with everyone respawning. It means we're all going to stand in the Elder Dragon pit and 5v5. Let's go! And I mean, like, I guess if Hapuuma Matata wants anything, it's a 5v5 in Dragon Pit, right? Like, anything can happen. They came back from the brink of death. Gold is even now for God knows why. They ate super minions in their base for years, so I guess they actually made up a lot of gold. And one more clean ace, and they can actually end through mid. So this is still anyone's game.
Yeah, if we look here, by the way, gonna be huge gold discrepancies across the board for some of these laners here. Garen on 5 items. Vlad still has a Doran shield rather than buying a control ward, so that's a bit of a grief. Both junglers are basically just stun bots at this point. Udyr, excuse me, has an extra Spear Visage over the Skarner. In the mid lane, Orianna on 4.5 items, including a very crucial stopwatch that we have to keep an eye on compared to just 3 items for Brand. But look at the bot gap here coming out from Celery Man, sitting on a completed build versus just 3.5 items for Misfortune. Will be somewhat offset again by this Senna, who we've seen do so much damage and is only going to be getting more and more souls. So still going to be interesting to see here who gets the upper hand. Going to be looking like that 1-3-1 again coming out from Hapuuma Matata. Garen going to try to go aggressive here onto Orianna potentially, but Orianna not going to be able to stand up here to this inhibitor, and actually going to be a huge engage onto the Orianna. Orianna going to immediately go golden. There is an Udyr rushing in here, going to be pressuring this Ashe. Ashe and Orianna kiting for their lives. This Udyr going to go down very, very low here, but it looks like Garen will be the first to fall. Senna actually going to be the second to follow here. Vladimir being able to get in there, going to go golden, and going to be a volley that takes down the Brand as well. So Hapuuma Matata still not going down here, actually able to pick up 3 without losing any, and now their top inhibitor is back alive.
Those were some critical death timers, but Hapuuma Matata is going to get their inhibitors back. Arena Thunder is not going to be up in time for the Dragon. Will be respawned just before, but will be in position to take control. Hapuuma Matata can lock down the Dragon site and play all the entrances. The one issue that you do have to watch, though, is Daddy No Chill still has teleport available. Are there any wards in the base?
No.
Not quite, but there is still a minion wave teleport. I think Daddy No Chill is going to look for the back door here.
Yeah, there are also control wards here, as we can see in that red side jungle, in that top side red side jungle. So he can teleport in and just walk. You have to walk a little ways.
They don't go for the inhib. They get chased away by the 2 members of Double Jungle Gap. They're a little bit afraid of the Brand respawn.
But hold on.
Oh, there's the Garen TP. He's going for it.
Okay, gonna be 2 members here going in for the back door. This is an open nexus to see what happens here. Orianna is back, gonna be opening the gates here. Ooh, this will be game for Double Jungle Gap. Oh my goodness, the back door is alive, and that is it. Udyr and Garen, this absolute chonk duo, gonna steal the game that they should have won anyways, let's be honest. But gonna make it epic. Another game here, Clovis, gonna be decided by... Well, I guess it's the first game decided by a backdoor, but just, wow, going down to the end here. A 42-minute win here for the new look Double Jungle Gap. Just banger after banger here in Season 2 of the Do It Big Invitational. GG to Double Jungle Gap. Wow.
Yeah, it's going to be an excellent game for the viewers, but unfortunately a rather terrible game for my channel point bank account because I just can't win, Roger. I bet on my friends, they lose. I bet against my friends, they win. So if you know me, you can do everything in your power to convince me to bet on the opposing team. So Sorry, everyone. Caster Curse once again. I hope you didn't put all your channel points, your life savings on Hapuuma Matata like I did.
Oh my
I'm back at
goodness.
0, Roger.
A big L for Clovis's bank account here, but gonna be a few big winners here as Double Jungle Gap were the heavy underdogs here. So let's submit the outcome and let's see who comes away with the pot. Here we go. So let me take a look here at the results. 20k channel points given out to 9 viewers. The biggest winner here going to be Mark Jess. Ooh, actually, so people did bet on Double Jungle Gap, but did not bet big. The two biggest bets here were only for 1,000 points each. So congratulations to Mark Jess and Sang B. Both coming away with about 4,500 channel points each, followed by Yuri and OG Puppy Chow. Dustin seems to be the prophet here. Also had the foresight to bet on Team Strag last night and coming with a ton of channel points there as well. So congratulations to those of you, I would hesitate to call you smart investors, but maybe lucky investors. Gonna be the recipient of some fat channel points. But
yeah, I think one thing a lot of viewers were underestimating was the roster shuffle. This is not the same Double Jungle Gap we saw last week, ladies and gentlemen, and non-binary, non-gender identifying individuals. This is a totally different team. We got the new jungler, new top laner, anything can happen, and that's the two positions who we saw with an enormous advantage in this match. So things are looking up if you're a double Jungle Gap fan.
Indeed. Meanwhile, for Hapuuma Matata, that will even out their record at a very respectable 3-3. Gonna be the first, but probably not the only victim to Double Jungle Gap. With their renewed vigor, going to be something to keep an eye out on as the rest of the season goes on. But wow, okay, no brakes on this train will mean that we are going to get the second game of the night. That was a 42-minute game, so we're actually a little bit behind schedule here, Clovis, but we will get the second game of the night set up very, very soon between Support Diff and Team Strag. So give me a second here to check in with the winners. We will always have that post-game interview, and then we'll check in with both teams for the second game. So let's see here. Okay. Who wants to be interviewed? Come up.
Oh man.
Aw.
Send you on the broadcast for just a moment, Roger. I'll be right back, but I will let you handle the interviews.
Okay. Okay, so we have Simone. Simone,
Hi.
are you the lone representative from your team?
I have no clue. I just said I'd go up and then see who else would come, but it seems like they chose me as the bait on the stick.
Okay, so Simone here, Irina Thunder, going to be the representative of the victorious Double Jungle Gap. How did it feel to play this game with your new look roster?
I really enjoyed it. We were really excited. I was also kind of nervous because we hadn't really talked too much about doing a 4-1 comp, but I think for a first time, I think we pulled it off okay. There's definitely some kinks we need to iron out, but I think with a little more practice, we'll be able to vary between having a 5-man team fight versus a 4-1 team comp. So I'm really excited for that because it gives us more options.
Definitely, that's really, really awesome. A back and forth game. I'm curious, was your team aware that you could have ended this about 6 minutes earlier than you could have?
Yeah, we were, but we felt like we had to play it safer, so we thought we should go ahead and take the Air Soul and Baron and then try it. And then we kind of trolled
I
and
see.
stuff happened.
Uh-huh.
But that's stuff that we need to work on, and that's stuff that we could review and realize that hey, that was something we could have done, and eventually we'll be able to do it right the second time, you know?
Yep, definitely an iterative process here. We do have a long season ahead of us, especially for you guys. With 2-2, still 10 games left to put the rest of the league on notice. I think they're already aware after watching this game, but congratulations to you, Simone, and to your team for picking up this huge win. Yeah, so thank you.
Right.
We're gonna get
Thank
moving
you.
here into game 2 between Support Diff and Team Strag.
Right. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Okay, gonna check in here with both teams. So let's go. Hello, gamers. Thank you for waiting. Hopefully you caught that banger. But have you guys set up the lobby by any chance for game 2?
Be right back.
Hello?
No, but we
Okay.
can.
Okay, cool. I'm just curious. I'm gonna check in with the other team as well. If you guys could get that set up, that would be great.
Okay,
Make sure
got
you do
it.
it through the tournament code and everything. Alright.
Wait, what tournament code? What?
Do you guys know how to do it through the tournament code through Battlefy?
I've never done it before.
Okay. I'm gonna check in with the other team and see if they're more
Okay.
comfortable with it.
Haven't.
Hello, gamers. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
How's it going? Are you guys ready?
Yes,
Do you
we
guys have
were
the lobby set
born
up?
ready.
Uh-huh. Do you guys have the lobby set up by any chance?
You know what, Roger? I will do that right now, just for you.
Okay, cool. Make sure you do you know how to do the Battlefy thing or no?
Oh yeah, I'll do it with the Battlefy.
Perfect. Awesome. Cool. So get that set up and then we'll get those juicy pre-game interviews going as well, okay?
Gotcha.
Sweet. Just invite me whenever you're ready.
Help him. We kill him. We mark them. You know, better top win.
Okay, Ryan riding high here.
I mean.
Yeah.
People came in and say, "Oh, he better top laner than me," you know. So I gotta put my work in. You gotta show him whose top kingdom it is. I solo kill him. I did, and they even dove him bot lane. Yup.
Yeah, definitely seeing a bit of a top canyon that game. We even saw the ghost pick up by Hapuuma, but unfortunately isn't able to convert off of that. Did see a bit of a kind of concerning teleport earlier. How are you feeling after that teleport, Ryan?
I was greedy because I could have dunked the Ashe to get the kill, but
yeah.
I was like, I didn't expect her to still have heal, you know. But
right.
yeah, but it's the past, you know, like something bad just happened. You cannot just pick on it. So we just put it in our back and just move on. And we shine after that, you know. Shout out to my jungler. I love that man, you know. Amazing player. Control all the objective and everything. Yep. That's my baby.
I'm looking
That's
forward
my
to
baby.
seeing more of this new double jungle gap in the future. I think this is the start of a bright future, bright road.
Yep.
All right. How are we doing on our testing?
Well, I don't exactly know what the issue is here, if I'm being completely honest. I thought I had this figured out the last time we had this problem. But obviously that is not the case. Not quite sure what's going on. And okay, I am in here now.
Yeah, if you don't have a quick fix, I could try to stream it from my end as well.
Can I do the practice game? Sure. Alright, I'm gonna hop into a practice game actually to try to just test the audio.
Alright, sounds good.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, let me see here. This should be the version where I do get game sounds. But Headset earphone. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please let me know if you hear the in-game audio now as well. What do you mean my volume is kind of low? Like my mic volume is low? Twitch chat, help me out here. Can you hear the game? Can you hear the game? Someone let me know, please. Mic's a little low? Okay. I mean, I can't really do anything about that. Okay. Okay. Clovis, can you say something?
Testing 1, 2, 3. Hello, this is Clovis Sivlock Wong. Color commentary for the Do It Big League. Casting high quality gameplay.
Fiddle with the...
No, I love those rotations, the vision control. And this is the upper range of my vocal register, and if there's a really big team fight, I might be calling it out with a really excited tone of voice, but if in the more calm modes of the game, I would dial it back and kind of talk at this volume. But this would be my normal speaking voice. This is my normal volume. Kind of talk like this most of the time, you know, when I'm calling out those big plays, those sick rotations, checking out those Garen slam dunks in the top lane, the Ashe arrows down mid, Orianna shock waves. That was my dad.
Can we hear it now?
The
stream? Okay, cool.
We got testing.
We got it? Alright, cool.
Alright, we're good.
God damn, Charles. So needy. Jesus Christ. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will... In-game audio not audible. What are you listening for, man? That's literally what I was asking you for. Oh my god, I'm actually getting trolled. Okay. IDK, I assume it's good now. Alright, sure, whatever. I'm gonna get a re-invite here. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, for that delay. Who?
Yeah. Alright, okay, cool. You get Roger back in here. I'm still in the lobby, so I can invite.
Boom. And also, a special guest today. We're going to be joined on the desk by my good friend Tiggy. Wait, hold on.
Hello.
Yes, so we'll give you a full intro in a second here, Tiggy, but we got to get you in the lobby first. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, please give a big Do It Big welcome to my good friend Tiggy, aka Chris Tiggison, aka one of the best junglers I've ever played with. His sultry voice will be on the cast for tonight. Tiggy, tell us a little bit about yourself.
I'm incredibly washed up, but I'd like to think I still understand this game, and I'm passionate enough about it to cast some games. So I figured, why not?
Sounds good. Okay, well, Tiggy, one thing we do here is we do interview both teams before the game starts. So I'm going to check in and see who wants to be part of the pregame interviews here. So let's see who wants to be interviewed, and they will join the peanut gallery very, very soon.
How exciting.
Okay, so looks like we have potentially a reluctant interviewee in Michelle, aka Yifan. Looks like Kevin is here, accompanied by Doman. Hello, Doman. And
What's up?
I'm gonna drag Michelle in here. 1 second.
Oh my god.
Okay, hello to our interview candidates here representing Support Diff on the blue side. It will be Michelle, aka
Hey.
Yifan, aka the
How's it going?
actual support of Support Diff, at least from what we've seen. But at this point, who knows? Anyone can play anything, as far as I'm concerned, on your team, especially support.
Yeah.
So,
That's right.
anyways, on the right side team, Team Strag here, going to be represented by, as always, by Kevin, the most exciting interview in the league, as well as Doman, the jungler, Kato, for Team Strag.
Yes, sir. You heard her first.
Okay, so first question will always go to the blue side team, though. Michelle, a returning Season 1 player, a returning Season 1 finalist, no less, doing it big again here in Season 2. What do you like about your new team, and what's different this time around compared to Season 1?
You know, we're all really chill with each other, so that's what I really like about my new team.
You're saying that your old team wasn't so chill with one another, maybe? Some drama there?
No, there was no drama there. I just, I think my new team, our age are more closer together compared to my old team, so maybe that was the reason why.
Oh, the lack of an age gap.
Sure.
Indeed. Okay. Cool. Awesome. What? Actually, now I don't know what I was gonna ask. Well, how'd you guys figure out who was actually playing support on a team of 5 supports? How did you come out on top?
Well, I wouldn't say I came out on top. I just, hey guys, I don't, choose whatever role you're comfortable with, but, I know everyone's better than me on my team, so.
Oh, okay.
So, go where you're best at,
Alright,
So.
indeed. So, the support of Support Diff here, ladies and gentlemen. Yifan. Okay. Meanwhile, now for Team Strag, fresh off their huge upset win over Andyland last night, literally going down to one last Cho'Gath auto onto the Nexus. Either of you can answer this question, I guess, but what is this new look Team Strag going to be looking like here for this game?
Ooh, the new look, Team Strag. I'm glad you said that because you just took the words right out of our mouth. But before we get to that question, first let me introduce you to the one, the only one, Mr. K. Let me hear cow. But before I, oh yeah, let me hear it, though, man. Let me hear it. But a little bit about, I love Michelle. Thank you so much, Michelle. First of all, Michelle. Now we go way back when she tried to steal my man long time ago, and I was like, Michelle, you better not. I think she knows it. She knows it too. And she's like, you know what? I'm supporting so that I can support against Kevin. And I'm just like, you know what, Michelle? I'll see you on the Rift. Okay? But before, and I'll see you there, girl. Kato, take it away. What's different? Let them know.
We got our first win yesterday, as y'all know. Bottom seed beating out the top seed. Anything can happen. Always don't give up on your dreams. Team Strag is all about that quality entertainment, down to the last auto type shit, So that win, let me tell you, that win got us a fire burning underneath our hearts here. Hearts full of desire. And we crave more. And we got that eye of the tiger. And yeah, we're Team Strag and we don't lag. And you already know. If you don't know, Dodo can show you the dough. Team Strag, let's get it. Rakakakao!
That's my boy, y'all. Come on.
Damn.
You can't clock that anywhere.
That was some hot bars coming out from K-Do and from Kevin as well, who I did not know had such prior deep-seated history with Michelle. It sounds like you guys got a bone to pick. But you guys can pick it on the Rift here. I'm going to let you guys go back to your teams as we get ready for Game 2 of the night. So hit that ready button when you guys are good to go.
All right, thanks, Roger. Bye, Michelle.
Bye.
So
I'm
Tiggy,
dead.
I was about to ask, how do you feel, man? How do you like these? You like these pre-game interviews, bro?
I don't even know this backstory.
There's no backstory. That's just
I'm dead.
Kevin just made up some random shit on the spot.
Storylines.
Yes. When we don't have drama between two teams, we manufacture it on the spot. Ready-made luxury brand drama. Grade A stuff. Okay, looks like both teams should be ready to go very, very soon. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that if you guys can hear that chime from this client as we loaded into pick and bans here, we should be good for game sounds. If you didn't hear Olaf malding about being banned out here, please let me know.
Yeah, give us a quick Swift Rage mic muted in the chat, or Swift Rage audio broken.
True. We did not hear the chime. Shit. Oh no. Okay.
The Cho'Gath respect band. I like it.
I wonder if it's just quiet, Roger.
Yeah, I don't.
That might be it. Is it a volume thing?
No, because my game sounds are pretty loud right now. So...
Oh, interesting then.
Yeah, hold on. Let me get the prediction set up so Charles stops fucking bitching at me. Oh my god, this guy is just so needy. Okay, but so we'll be support Diff versus Team Strag here.
I've seen this Seraphine champion twice before in my life.
And?
Thoughts?
Good design.
Yeah. So
Sona
Tiggy,
2.0.
Yeah, but also like infinitely better.
Yes.
Tiggy coming back in from the cold after a long hiatus here. This guy, he and I used to play so much Rank Flex together back in Season 2, but we are now considered League Boomers. But gonna be interesting to see here.
I don't think they even had Flex back then. It was just ranked solo duo. I think they had the fives ladder back
we had
then.
fives. They called it fives.
The actual fives ladder.
Yeah, dude, we were
That
killing
was
it on
lit.
the fives ladder, man.
Yeah.
MMR at the roof. We played CLG EU on Twisted Tree Line when they were supposed to be prepping for Season 2 Worlds.
Our better match was against Team Siren.
True.
If you recall.
Yes, yes. The Team Siren back in the day. Wow, that is a throwback.
Dare I say they got baited and outsmarted.
Oh my goodness. It's an old meme, but I think it checks out.
We're going to have to segue from that to the draft, because we are finishing up our first ban and pick rotation. We see from the blue side this Enchanter core to support this Bane. Means that we are going to see Seraphine mid unless we see the Lulu top, but I think that is unlikely in this tournament mid game. Not a lot of top laners have picked up that Lulu yet. On the other side, we see this Ezreal Janna, followed by the Viego.
Yeah, gonna be interesting here to see, because this Lulu has been picked, and as you said, Clovis, I don't think it's gonna be Lulu top lane, should mean Seraphine gonna go in the mid lane here. We saw that being played to good effect yesterday in game 1 by Don't Worry We Scale, able to hit a few huge 4 and 5 champion encores, just locking up an entire team. So gonna be interesting to see if Team Strag learned their lesson, as they were the victims of that K-pop concert Ultimate.
So is Blue Side's top laner a god, or why did he have 5 champs banned that can go top lane?
Yeah, so...
Yeah, I think historically we've seen Baobao's really be the center of his team in the top lane. Yeah, it's actually been flexed mid, I believe, once.
Twice.
With that Viego, actually. So the Viego being picked away from him. So yeah, Baobao's is really the heart and soul of his team. His teammates are no slouches, but I think the damage is really coming from Baobao's. Everyone else is enabling him to really pop up and show up in these fights, right? So I think those 5 target bans onto Baobao's, really trying to dismantle that win condition, and we see cases where Baobao's falters, his team tends to fall apart as well.
Ooh, okay, so going to be a Bao special here potentially, as there is a Jax locked in that should go in the top lane. Going to be very capable of that 1v9 potential that we've seen from Bao in their first 2 wins in the season. But Support Diff as a whole on a bit of a slide here. 3 losses in a row after those 2 wins. Have not been able to replicate that early success.
All right,
My
we
favorite
finally get to
champion,
see the top lane
Sejuani.
lock in. What will be the matchup for this Jax top? They're still trying to send Viego to the jungle, but if this is Viego top, I feel like that should be quite Jax's favor. No, it's going to be the Viego jungle Scion being hovered as a threat into the Jax. Not sure how I feel about this pick. Scion does control and beat Jax. Oh no, it's going to be the Singed. Oh my goodness, that is a brutal counter pick. I'm not sure if you've ever played the Jax side of this. It is not fun.
I have not.
From
Yeah,
my
he kind of just
experience,
leaves when you try to hit him.
it is brutal.
It
But
sucks.
Jax late game is one of the guys that can run him down.
That's true.
So
That's true.
if the counter doesn't play out early game, it's going to actually end up being brutal for Singed. Seems
Yeah.
like something that a counter that's balanced on a knife's edge, if you will.
That's true. That's true. If Jax does get ahead, he can become a big split pushing threat and a big team fighting threat as well. Normally, Jax wants to stay on the split, but you actually have a lot of good backline targets in this game. On top of that, you're also going to receive Lulu steroids, Seraphine steroids. So normally, I say you're Jax, don't group, just split. But I think this game will be a little bit different. There is an opportunity to play group Jax and give Sejuani stacks, play with your counter strike, etc.
Yeah.
They're going to have to play around Vayne and Jax, though, if they want this game to go well. Lulu, Seraphine, Sejuani won't be able to carry after 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah, but that being said, if you look here for Team Strag, no obvious front line. Gonna mean that if they want to walk up and try to get some poke down from Ziggs and Ezreal, would put them in threat of that Sejuani ultimate, in threat of the Seraphine ultimate as well. So they got to really position carefully. I don't really like the comp, if I'm being honest, coming out from Team Strag here. Not really teamfight oriented, but still losing in the split push department to Vayne and Jax as well.
I mean, they're really drafting a win lane win game sort of comp, right? They have this really strong poke core. They have Ezreal Ziggs on the siege. They have Janna for the disengage. So if they stay ahead, then Sindri will be unbeatable running around the side lane. Ezreal Ziggs will rip apart your towers, and they're just going to steamroll the game down and end in like 25 minutes with Soul.
Right.
I would
But
agree
if
with
they
that.
don't get ahead, that's where things can get kind of touch and go. Yeah. Then they're going to get engaged on by
I think they have to
Sejuani
get
off
significantly
cooldown.
ahead. Like not just ahead, but
Yeah, they
I mean,
have
if
to
it's a Johnny ult lands
yeah.
and they have, like, I think red team has to have almost 2 items when blue team has 1 item for this to go well.
Yeah, I definitely think that support Diff is the favored team going into this match. Can't really beat around the bush there, but we did see the last place seed beat the first place seed. So
yeah, they really did.
At this point, I don't know what's going to happen. I'm done making predictions with my brain. I'm making predictions with my heart, and my heart says Team Strag, Roger.
Wow. Okay, so we'll see if Clovis can turn around his caster curse here. Tiggy, if you haven't done so, feel free to throw away some channel points here on this bet. We will have a bet for every single game this season, so it will be interesting to see who comes out on top within channel points when this is all said and done. By the way, these aren't just empty channel points. We have our first big redemption, first big prize picked here. Jeff Pog player going to redeem a custom SR with accompanying shoutcast. So if you, as a viewer, want to have one of your games shoutcasted, feel free to accumulate those channel points and then redeem them. So we'll get that set up in short order. Something about Yumi Vor versus Chili's Angels. So gonna have to look into that a little bit more, but we'll definitely get that set up soon. Oops, I think I accidentally just... Oh no. I accidentally marked it as completed. How do I...
Alright, our Spectre delay is about to time out, and we're going to be loading onto the Rift. I'm excited for this one. Who knows what will happen, because it is do it big, where winners can be losers, anything can happen, gods can bleed, titans can fall.
Yeah.
We've seen it all already, so...
We really have. Okay, so a reminder of the records here for both teams. So, support Diff, 2-3 on the season, 3 loss streak here. Gonna look to reverse their fortunes of late. Meanwhile, for Team Strag, opened the season 0-4 before taking down the league leaders in Andyland. So we'll see here Both teams with opposing momentums, but I still have to give the general advantage here over to support Diff, both in terms of composition and, if I'm being honest, player skill as well. But
Yeah,
again,
not sure.
everything can happen.
Yeah, anything can happen. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the olden days of Jin Air Green Wings in the LCK, but Andyland is starting to remind me of Jin Air Green Wings. They play these long, drawn-out games. They steal from the rich and they give to the poor. Jin Air Green Wings very famous for beating SKT, then losing to the bottom seed.
Oh,
so
okay.
that was the Jin Air of like 2014 or so, if I remember right. I miss Jin Air Green Wings.
Was it called
But this
OGN
is a different
back
game.
then?
Yeah, OGN, yes.
OGN, I miss
good old
staying up
days.
for OGN, man.
And then we listened to Fallout Boy in the highlight reel at the end.
Yes.
Man.
We're league boomers over here, Clovis.
Yeah, we're old. Kids just play Fortnite nowadays.
Yes.
That's what all my fourth graders are doing. Anyway, a bit of an interesting rune choice. We do see the Conqueror picked up by the Singed, and also Ghost. Or sorry, Ghost not going to be taken. It's going to be a Flash Singe. So we'll have to watch out for those Flash flips, but we aren't going to see the super speedy ninja ghosting Singed this game.
Yeah, trying to get some crucial flips onto
a level 1 fight. That is probably not how you want to play the Sin side of the matchup.
Oh my goodness, look at this Jax.
I'm so glad I spent all my points on blue. Let's go.
Okay.
Hey, there's already gold
Jax,
for red
I'm
side. I
all
don't know
in.
what you're talking about. There's 100 gold in favor of Team Strag. It's an easy clap.
It's an
my
easy
book.
clap. Yes.
Look, he's just freezing. Singe's up CS after losing the level 1 trade. Alright, now he's baiting him in the tower shot. Oh my god, this lane is free!
Okay.
Watch this.
I take back everything I said.
Oh my god, 2 tower shots gonna be taken by
Forget
Jax.
the rest of the map. Let's just spotlight top lane.
I'm curious
Okay.
there. I disconnected for a brief moment there in pick ban. I wonder if your guys' game time is a little bit ahead of mine. I'm at 2:35 right now.
Oh, I'm at
I'll rewind
2:44.
it.
If you hit the fast forward button, that's like the plus keybind by
Oh, yeah, there
default.
we
You
go.
can
Let me do
sometimes
that.
speed up. Yeah. Go ahead and accelerate.
There we go. Okay, I'm gonna accelerate.
Alright,
I'm
you
at
should be up to
250.
date.
Yeah. Just. I think just be at max game time and we're good.
Yeah, I'm at 3 minutes, so we should be solid. Oh, Singe looking to trade the pressure back, zone them off the cannon wave. Well, Baobao's gets an insane trade at level 1. Doesn't matter. That's how bad the matchup is.
Oh
Just
man.
can't interact with the poison. If you try to
Yeah.
key onto Singe, he just flips you. It's really brutal.
Yeah. One thing to keep an eye out here as well, the pool of glue, I don't know what, is it adhesive something, but whatever it is, it does apply that grounded effect. It means if Stinge uses it at a crucial moment, will prevent Jax from using his leap as well. And meanwhile, going to be a fight in the jungle here. Sejuani going to be found up by 3 members of Team Strag. Zig's going to be able to get the first move here, but they acts like they will not go more aggressive than they already have. And it's actually going to be a win for Sejuani. Able to take away that crab before being jumped on by the Viego, and now going to be looking bot as well. Both junglers aware of exactly where the other is going, but it's going to be bot lane prio for supportive, which will mean Sejuani will have a much better time contesting this crab than she did the other.
But Misskiller's on the way. Oh, the smite. Oh, it's going to be another cover for Sejuani. A bit of a disastrous start there for Kato, getting double crowd by none other than Sejuani, the jungle master herself.
Yes, indeed. The 3-camp Sejuani into double crab, a famed jungle clear route coming into play here, will mean that Viego is left to wonder what went wrong despite having that mid and top lane prio.
Yeah, well, this game already starting off with fire. We've seen heavy blows traded, a jungle advantage going over Sejuani, and most importantly, a huge CS lead for Baobaos, who does importantly have the Ignite. No teleport here for Jax.
Yeah. Singe gonna teleport back up here. Actually, though, this Jax going very low. The glue is used. No flip available just quite yet, and the jump to the ward will be enough to get him away. Fling was available from the Singe, but look at how many minions are dying to his tower here. Already almost double CS for Jax. So Singe really needs to farm back up here if he is to stay relevant in what is supposed to be an advantageous lane for him.
Fortunately, he will be able to push and deny this next wave because Jax doesn't have teleport to return, so that'll sort of close out a little bit of the CS gap. But yeah, Jax definitely having a great start this lane. Getting the Vamp Scepter is going to help him a lot at mitigating the poison poke. I wonder if Algae missed the kill there. I'm not sure if Algae's familiar with this mechanic, but you can input buffer the flip and then flash. Because I think Algae was thinking, oh, if I flash forward, Babao's counter flashes me, that doesn't really help, which is true. But if you input buffer that flash and flash flip, then the counter flash from Babao is way less good. And I think there is a solo kill opportunity there.
Yeah. And then you lead to the League is bullshit visual where it looks like Jax got 3000 range flipped.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Takes me back to the days where even if Skarner started the Impale animation, even if you flashed like a mile away, he would still yoink you back in.
Yeah, you
or the Volibear flip.
Shot back. Oh god.
Yeah, so League has done a good job of cleaning up a lot of that. For example, the undodgeable Fizz Q has been cleaned up as well, but still remnants of that here in that Singe flip as you mentioned.
Oh, careful. Okay, so Babao's gets a really clean trade there, QW, and is really disciplined. If Jax goes for like one more auto there, he gets flipped into the tower, and it's super bad. So Babao's really disciplined, knows the matchup, knows his threat range, and just stays on the wave. Knows that as long as he's denying Singe farm, that's a win.
Yeah. Early reset coming out here from support diff will mean that Viego and company are able to pick up the first dragon of the game. Will be a mountain dragon. Second dragon will be the air drake. So we do have a potential infernal or ocean soul. Soul going to be a huge win condition in this game then. Both ocean and infernal soul with a ton of combat power. So both teams need to be aware of that and not concede too many dragons. Sejuani here down the bottom lane. Okay, so wow, gonna be a flash Q, gonna be matched by the flash by the Janna there. So trade of flashes, Janna and Sejuani respectively condemned, gonna knock Ezreal into the wall as well. And Ezreal gonna go very low, the glitter lance not gonna be enough, and actually the Vayne to go very deep, not respecting. Oh my goodness, the Vayne does not respect the heal coming out from the Ezreal. I think that was a glitter lance diff. Yeah, it might have been a Vayne spot, but also a bit of a glitter lance diff. If that glitter lance had connected, it might have been enough to slow the Ezreal down so that Vayne did not have to go as deep into tower range. But we'll never know. As it stands, Ezreal gonna pick up the pretty undeserved, or Janna gonna pick up the pretty undeserved first blood, if I'm being completely honest. But Janna,
hey, come on, they baited it.
Blue team should have probably communicated the play there better. If Sejuani or Lulu tanks a tower shot of 2, then Vayne can finish under turret.
Yeah.
But that requires planning and communication from the Vayne that she would land the condemn.
Yeah,
I think after everything gets missed, it's a little bit of a grief for Vayne to go in first and try to tank that, because even if you get the kill, Vayne
Lulu
definitely
gonna be found out here by Janna. Now gonna be forced to walk up the river. Let's see if Red Team is able to find a collapse here. Looks like that will not be the case. And so that control will eventually be contested away. But look at this Viego here, counter jungling away the Sejuani, who did show up in that mid lane. And Sejuani gonna try to look for a blue buff that does not exist.
Ine will be very, very sad on this vertical jungle because there are no camps for her to take away, and Kato happily going to pillage the Gromp and then look to the top side.
I believe I disconnected from voice. I don't know what the last message was, if I turned into a robot.
Oh, you're alright.
You're good now.
Okay, so gonna be
Algae looking to bait this, playing really aggressively, but Kato walks over wards. They're gonna have to take care of that one first. And clear it, they do. Algae gonna eat that fruit, and meanwhile, Ezreal now has a bit of an item lead here, having that Sheen Warhammer. Actually not building the tier, so it looks like it's going to be the new Essence Reaper Dustblade build. Have you been following that one?
Yeah, so we've seen it multiple times now. We saw him build it last night as well in their victory over Andyland. So if you are a results-based analyst, hold on, gonna be a glue here onto Jax. Let's see the flip away from the edge. Will not be able to jump over the wall. And now Viego trying to go
good for blue.
But actually, Jax didn't have a huge counter strike. Gonna be able to take down the Viego. Viego just autoing into the counter strike will mean Jax is happy to soak that damage up. And now Singe gonna go very low, gonna be falling. But now, though, there is a very angry Ziggs here, but the Satchel Charge is going to go away, but it doesn't matter. Janna on the roam here as well. Sejuani going to be running for her life, so huge Ziggs play here. Going to actually equalize the play for Team Strag after it looked so good for them. A huge Ziggs roam accompanied by a Janna as well. Good roam from the support here of Team Strag, going to make sure that Team Strag do not leave this Herald fight empty-handed.
Yeah, that's the power of the Ezreal right there, not showing up to the fight, but the safety of Ezreal means that his support can always roam, and Ezreal will lose pretty much nothing. He just dirty farm with the Q, and we get off of that scot-free. Janna is able to show up, impact that top fight, and it becomes a 4v3. So even though it starts off really dangerous for Team Strike, they actually get the upper hand, and Anuhia, already starting off 2-0, has the double buffs. Maybe his big talk at the start of this match is gonna go rewarded. Oh, Anuhia looking for blood! Let's go!
Let's see, able to get a ghost up onto the Lulu here, but now there's a Vayne trying as hard as she can to defend her support. Vayne with one more auto, able to pick up the Janna here. Let's see if Ezreal is able to find the autos necessary. Looks like not be the case so far. Singe gonna teleport down here. Viego was found in the jungle by the Sejuani and Seraphine. All of a sudden, though, so the Janna...
I'm pretty sure Vayne and Lulu should have finished Ezreal there with Lulu body blocking.
Yeah, a little bit
The
confusing.
teleport came out very delayed.
Both sides, yeah. Anuhia bloodthirsty, which understandable. You want to get those sick frags. That's what League of Legends is all about. But I think tunneling a little bit there on Yifan. Can't just ignore Vayne like that. Vayne will kill you.
Yep.
So I think,
and kill her she did.
Too far forward. And then I think Batmaichu and Yifan maybe a little bit confused and weren't quite sure how to capitalize on the overextended Ezreal after. But that being said, it's a kill going over to Vayne.
It might have played out if Yifan didn't have Ignite as well, the self-healing from Jaina's ult. It is not to be understated.
Ide looking for the bottom gank, Roger.
Yeah. Okay, so as we have...
teleport! Here we go!
Here is Singe. Oh, but a huge Glacial Prison able to lock up Singe before he would have gotten a crucial flip onto the boar lady there. Lulu. But a Satchel Charge into the wall, gonna force Lulu to flash, and now Singe needs to be careful. Only sitting on Merc Treads, but the Encore gonna go wide over the wall from Sawina. Let's see if we can go any further than that. Looks to not be the case.
Jax is just getting free plates up top for this failed 5v4.
What's the cost of this teleport going to be? Algae shows up to try and turn this play around, and they may convert into the dragon, but Bao Bao's is just wreaking havoc on the top tower. He's taken so many plates, is cutting the wave now, and we skyrocketing into the mid game. Already up, I believe, 50 farm on Algae. This could even turn into a Flame Horizon game right here.
I disagree with the allocation of resources to the bottom lane. I think they need
Hold on, Seraphine, though, going to be stunned up here by Viego. Going to be forced to flash as well. Is this Seraphine? So good camouflage in from the Viego. Going to almost pick up the K-pop superstar. But what it will mean... what the heck? The Ziggs just used his Satchel Charge. That's a huge misplay, actually, because with this mid lane priority, that Satchel Charge, if it was available, would have executed this turret. And now the overstay from the Ziggs. Okay, so Ziggs is able to pick up it with a second cooldown there, but not having that available will mean the aftershock from the Sejuani is able to pick that one up. So Ziggs gonna be punished here for that cooldown for the viewers.
This is an exciting match. I wasn't sure if it was going to be one-sided or not, but both teams throwing haymakers. Team Strag definitely in a weird economic position, but they do have both dragons, and this is Infernal Soul with a poke comp, so like this is still a game. If they can get these two more dragons, it'll be hard to do that. But if they get them, they're in a pretty good spot. The one thing that you have to watch is that there's a 3k gold lead or so for Team Supp Diff. And if you take a look at the gold totals, that's exactly Jax's entire gold lead on Singed.
Yeah.
So I'm very worried about this Jax growing out of control. No one's going to be able to match him for a very long time, maybe never.
Yeah. Other thing to keep an eye out on as well, with Infernal Dragon having to be contested, this team fight oriented comp from support div gonna start to come into play, specifically the Encore. Honestly, just such a game-changing ultimate ability. So if we start to see those K-pop concerts being hosted near the Dragon Pit here, could spell doom for Team Strag.
LG under
Here
some
goes Jax,
threat
I'm saying.
there, but he's alright. Gonna walk away with the Mega Adhesive.
Gotta be
Maybe?
careful though.
Oh, hold the
Gotta be
thought.
careful though. I don't know
Yep.
what he's doing here.
Oh no.
So
That's
he's well
big
aware
old
of that leap range and seems to be just taunting Jax, playing at constant max leap range, basically daring him to do it. And Jax, well, did it. Lig's now going to be overextended as well. Satchel Charge is going to be used not to disengage the Vayne, but rather the Lulu, but just has enough base movement speed to be able to walk away from the Night Hunter here.
Here they're doing what they should have done 10 minutes ago, a 3-minute gank in the top lane on Jax.
But Jax already
Yeah.
taking down this turret, and the tornado is down from
they
Janna
kill
for
him?
just a
I
little
don't
bit.
know if-
Ooh, the huge jump over the wall, going to be stun landing now from the Viego, but now Viego needs to be careful. Oh my goodness, huge tornado going to be the making sure that Jax does not land a couple more autos, which definitely would have killed the Ruined King there. And with that money, Viego is able to pick up the Blade of the Ruined King. Hold on though, now going to be a dive in the bot lane, flash from the Ziggs, but now got to be careful here. Sejuani just tanking. Could probably tank another 10 turret shots at this rate with the Lulu Wild Growth plus the help picks. Will mean that Ziggs goes down to the dive in the bot lane. So cross map action here for both teams.
Yeah, it's going to be traded back and forth. Miss Killer for Babaus. That's overall going to favor Team Strag, and I believe they get a shutdown. Yes, they did. They get a shutdown onto Viego, which is really good. Viego will have a lot of threat, and overall, though, I'm not sure if trading these towers is going to be good. Team Strag really needs to get ahead, stay ahead, and start sieging, but with all these side lane towers falling down, it's going to be harder and harder for them to maintain tempo on the map.
Yeah.
They do get the Rift Herald here, so that will help a lot, but I do think that anything close to a trade is going to be good for Blue Team.
Yeah, they do have that scaling advantage. We do have to see if Ezreal can get a big power spike with that second item completion. If they get that Dust Blade, get that cooldown going, then maybe Ezreal can pop off in these fights. And with Viego's current health damage, maybe they can use Viego to shred Sejuani while Ezreal takes apart the backline. And of course, we're going to see support Diff play around this Jax. I think for the foreseeable future, he's very far ahead, a huge split push threat.
Yeah,
we may end up needing to see some cleanse items on the side of Team Strag to deal with Sejuani Ultimate, Encore, Vayne Stun, Jax Stun, etc.
Now Ziggs here going to be overextended again. Oh no, this is going to be another dead Ziggs, I believe. Sejuani going to be more than enough to lock down the Ziggs in time for the Jax to get here. Stun going to land. This will be handed over to Jax. Okay, so another huge pickup here. And now the soul win condition is gone. Herald gets dropped here randomly as well. I do believe Viego was trying to use the sweeper. And all of a sudden this game going very, very south here for Team Strag.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that repair was intentional. Looked like a little bit of a fat finger there. It didn't accomplish too much, but we see the Infernal Dragon.
No, you gotta be careful here. Here, Janna as well. Just a very, very angry Jax. Counter strike not gonna land though. Good tornado gonna make sure that Janna and Ezreal do walk away here. But a couple of really couple of costly mistakes. Oh my god. A couple of costly mistakes, overextensions by the Ziggs translates to a ton of tempo now in favor of support Diff. How do you get back into this game if you're Team Strag, Clovis?
Yeah, I guess it's looking pretty grim for them. They still need to get that siege activated. They're managing the side lane with Mistkiller, even though he has teleport, sure, but you really need to group him into mid so you can start sieging. Don't think managing the side. Oh, hold that thought, Scholar. That is not where you want to be. He gets out of there scot-free. Whew, playing with fire there, but yeah,
Sejuani can turn around and ult at any point. Keep that in mind as well. Is up.
Well, anyway, no kill ends up happening, but hold that thought. Algae looking at the pick.
Yeah, so 1v2 here, Jax versus Sinch and Viego, but this Viego is just sitting in the Counter-Strike range, gonna have more than just enough. Oh my god, I thought that was the blue side Ezreal ultimate there, but no Silas for support Diff will mean that True Shot Barrage would do nothing to Viego. As it stands, a crucial pick onto Jax, gonna try to accelerate this Viego into the game a little bit.
I guess
they're gonna need a lot more of those.
Just one answer to the Jax, I guess. If you get a really big Viego who kills Jax, then you get Jax on your team.
Right.
So maybe that's the long con, right? You get him really fed, kill him, become him, destroy his team, tear their family apart. It's the long con.
Indeed. Yeah, I think they have to look for a lot more of these picks because, again, in that 5v5, we still have not seen the power of that Seraphine ultimate just yet. But if we remember from Andyland's game versus Support Diff, it only takes one. Seraphine for about 35 minutes was largely invisible, was that Indie Star version of her ultimate skin, and then suddenly transformed into the top star. Oh my goodness, Jana gonna walk straight into the Sejuani ultimate, complete disrespect, and there is that encore gonna land onto Ezreal. Should be a dead Ezreal as well. The ultimate from Ziggs over the top, not gonna be nearly enough at this stage in the game. A couple of huge picks coming out from Support Div, gonna translate into at least 2 towers for them. I don't think that Ziggs can do much here.
Despite the positioning mistakes there, I mean, you just see there the draft difference. That's what they have to play around the entire game nearly perfectly if they want anything to go well while getting Jack's picks in the side lane the entire time. That is the win condition for Team Blue, is getting this Infernal Soul, avoiding Sejuani and Seraphine engage, and picking Jax in the side lane. And I mean, they got the Jax pick, but then they got engaged on in the mid lane, so you got to get all 3 of those.
They are fighting at a pretty big gold deficit here, which normally 4K, I'd say it's not too bad, but that's a 4K gold deficit when you have Ziggs Ezreal, you don't have Engage, you had the Singe counter pick. They had a lot of things going for them to get a gold lead, but they weren't able to secure it.
Okay, Viego now going to extend onto Sejuani here, but Sejuani going to be doing more than enough to stand up. Actually gives it as good as she gets it, turns it around on the Janna-Viego duo. Now what's interesting here with the gold lead is not just that it is a 4,000 gold lead, but the allocation of the gold. Almost all of this gold lead is in that Jax. Vayne has a 1k gold lead over the Ezreal, but oh my goodness, if that Counter-Strike had been ended a little bit earlier from the Jax, this Ezreal
it's not over yet!
Minion block gonna be the... Oh my goodness, one flash auto from the Jax gonna take down Ezreal, but there is 3 members of Team Strag here looking for retribution. Blast Cone Gaming. Blast Cone Gaming. This might be a bit of the...
Oh my
goodness.
The burst damage on that Q auto W is insane.
Yeah. We talked about this earlier, Clovis. You called it. If Bao can get on these champions and just try to 1v9, this is a win condition for Support Diff, and we're seeing that come into play here. This Jax is absolutely warping the movements here of Team Strag, doing so much to try to lock him down. Janna gonna barely dodge out of what a bit of kill from the Sejuani. Look at this Viego do so much damage. Actually, the Condemn gonna push Viego towards Sejuani. Vayne gonna condemn her jungler to her fate here, but now this Viego gonna be kited out by Vayne. Let's see what happens. One more auto. Oh my goodness, the Viego transforms just in time to go back into his base form. We're gonna find the kill on Vayne. Both junglers dead, but Jax is up. Let's see if Team Strag here. Ooh, a flash over the wall. The bomb would have picked up. Ezreal does pick up in the Lulu, and a huge stopwatch here. Gonna try to buy some time for the Jax to arrive, but it looks like it will not be enough. So 2 pickups here for Team Strag.
Sure if they can do this.
Oh no,
Jax probably 1v3s here. They can't step to Dragon.
Wow, look at that. 3 members of Team Strag running away from the one of... Oh wait, this Dragon is gonna reset here.
Teleport.
But now gonna be a teleport coming in from Singe, it looks like. Try to secure the Dragon, but the most important member...
Round 2! Oh, that's double TP! Team Strag knows that this is part of the win condition. They're gonna double down and commit to it.
But look at where Viego is. Look at where Viego is. Look at where Sejuani is. There's no way they can start this right now.
Oh, and the counter TP coming down as well.
This Dragon should be handed over here to Support Div. Thank you to Team Strag for that wonderful leash. And now they really got to be careful. Non-core not available, though. Okay, will mean both teams retreat into their respective sides here. But gonna be the second Infernal Dragon of the game. Infernal Soul condition definitely out of the hands of Team Strag now. Lulu needs to be careful.
Team Strag bit of a back foot here, but they're not going to go down without a fight. They really fought for that dragon. They got control. It's just, and I think we see there is an opportunity for Support Div to throw. When Bao Bao's died, that's when all of those kills happen, all those picks happen. Team Strag got dragon control. If Bao Bao's oversteps like just a couple more times, his team seems a little bit lost on what to do as soon as they lose side lane pressure. They're not able to wait and stall for Bao Bao's to get back on the map. So If Team Strike can exploit this, get a couple of critical kills on Bao Bao's at key timings right before objective spawns, there is way for
Speaking
them
of
back
key
in this
picks
game.
here, going to be trying to be a pick onto Vayne. Viego is here as well. The Condemn going to be used early, but now Vayne going to be locked up here. That challenging smite going to be able to do a lot of dot damage to the Vayne, and this Viego is doing a ton of work. Currently cosplaying as the Vayne right now for another couple of seconds.
Yeah, I guess
Okay.
you don't need your characters to be fed if you can just steal them as
Indeed.
Viego.
Yeah, I was going to say, one thing to keep an eye out on is this Viego for Team Strag. We've seen him do a ton of damage in the tournament so far. Seemingly gets fed every single game. Let's see if it translates to a win for Team Strag. But alright, Jax, you're going to force a flash out from the Ziggs. The Sejuani ulti going to be way short though. Going to slow Ezreal for approximately a quarter of a second, but that's about it. But that was a crucial Ziggs flash.
Yeah, very critical Ziggs flash, but Glacial Prison is also going to be down. If they find a fight within the next minute or so, and Sejuani doesn't have that critical ultimate, then maybe there's a way for Team Strike to outplay, but we're going to enter a pause here.
Okay, so...
all flashes are down. Next team fight will sure to be a lot of death.
Yeah, Ezreal will have it soon. But other than that, Jack's the closest at about a minute away. Baron is alive, although neither... actually, no, who am I kidding? Supportive has an insane Baron comp. Vayne and Jack's going to make sure that Baron Nashor burns down very, very quickly if is left unsupervised by Team Strag. So let's see if they decide to play around that, or if both teams are going to be content to contest the soul point drag. Okay, so again, I want to talk about this Viego. Tiggy, have you seen this champion at all? The newest champion?
I have, and I'm disgusted.
It's pretty bonkers.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like his scaling is really ridiculous for how viable, rather how strong he is early into the game. He's not the strongest at level 3, but for how preposterous his power curve seems to be, it's a bit overtuned in my opinion with how flexible his kit is between the camouflage, the mobility, and obviously the soul stealing.
Yeah, the reset potential is absolutely insane. The fact that he goes invulnerable while he takes your body is just a cherry on the cake here. Okay. So looks to be a bit of a Baron dance here, initiated by Team Strag. Gonna clear a lot of good vision, try to set up a bait here. Let's see. Ziggs needs to be careful though. Wandering out there, could it be a victim of that Sejuani ultimate? But Supportive backing up here. The far side ward was already used. Lulu gonna be the one to face check here for this is a huge control ward. This control ward has seen them walk into this bush. Sejuani gonna be the first to face check here. Let's see where the engage is gonna come from. Singe does have that flip available. If you're Viego, you gotta be careful. Try to be a flash flip, but Vayne gonna go invisible just in time. So that engage will get stuffed by the invisibility coming out. And now Singe needs to be careful. This is a very, very squishy Singe that is somehow being allowed to just walk at people. Gonna be polymorph just in time. And ooh, the Encore gets stuffed here, but Viego will get initiated on. Viego will actually get a reset on Sejuani. Wow, oh my goodness, and now this Jack's going very, very low with the ground, will not be able to jump away. This Vayne not going to find enough damage onto the Singe here. Lulu going very, very low. Let's see if a couple more autos come down. The bouncing bomb will not be able to pick that up, but will be a huge win here for Team Strag, only losing Viego in the process. I thought Viego was going to go down a lot faster than he did there after eating the Glacial Prison from Sejuani, but able to pick up the Sejuani and try to get a reset. Means a lot
I really
of
fail to see why Sejuani didn't lock up Singed, and the Condemn away felt a bit extra in the first part of that.
Yeah, if you're supportive, it's a Singe that has to walk through Sejuani and Jax to try to get to this Vayne, just hit the Singe, but as it stands, this Singe actually doing a ton of work, drawing a ton of aggro away from the Ezreal Ziggs, and the poke over the top gonna conclusively win the team fight here for Team Strag.
Singe got away with murder there.
Your win condition. It takes a little bit of time, but they finally get all the pieces working together, and there's suddenly a path for them back in this game. A little bit of a tactical pause, I guess, so they recalibrate their mental, figure out their win condition, and we see 2-item Ezreal, 2-item Ziggs with Hourglass. We see the Riftmaker Rylai from Singe. Like, this is going to be a fight.
Yeah, this will be a lot closer of a fight than we've seen. Unfortunately for Team Strag, that team fight win didn't do too much in terms of objectives. They were able to pick up a tier 2 mid, but more importantly, they were able to get some crucial gold onto their members here. Viego now on 3 items. Unfortunately, one of those items is the newly gutted Death's Dance. I don't know why people keep building this item, but it is what it is. Fnatic Death Bush being set up here, though, by support Diff. Never mind. Gonna look for an Encore. Grounded, the adhesive will going to be used early here. Jack's going to be stunned up here by the Jax. And Encore going to split the Diff here, not going to hit anybody. And now Viego going in, but now going to be immediately locked up. That was way too early by the Viego. Jack's still going to go low as well. So far, 2 for 2. So Johnny going very, very low. There is very little damage on the side of support Diff, and Vayne stops CSing. Vayne CSing here. Ezreal going to go down, though, going to flash in, and now this Vayne is... Yeah, oh my goodness, but no, the Giano Tornado actually able to sweep away the Vayne, and now Sejuani gonna go down as well. This Ziggs Janna combo against the world. If you're Vayne there, what was the call? Sejuani and Seraphine down to continue the fight, but Vayne just CSing. Gonna give the team fight win over to Team Strag, and now gonna be put on Infernal Soul Point. This game's still way too early to call, but the scales ever so slightly now tipping in favor of Team Strag.
Yeah, they hit these huge item breakpoints. Normally you see this Janna and your mage and say, well, too bad there's no AD carry to receive Janna steroids, but you'd be a fool because Janna has Staff of Flowing Water. The Ziggs is exactly who she wants to keep alive. She gets that huge AP at the end, and Ziggs turns that fight with a great Hourglass to turn that around, baiting in the Sejuani and the Jax to their doom. One thing we did see there is that I think support Diff needs to recalibrate and identify their win condition. They've been winning all these fights when Jax is on the split push, pulling pressure, trading up, but this time they group the Jax. They lose that fight. So they're going to have to...
Jack's going to try to find 2. A huge tornado going to block the otherwise would have been a lethal counter-strike onto Janna. So Janna on point with these tornadoes. Otherwise, that definitely could have been a dead Ziggs and Janna. Okay.
Janna is carrying versus support Diff.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he had a great start, then died a couple of times in the mid-game, but bringing it back, their team fighting has been really on point, though, so far.
But one thing that we haven't seen just yet, again, is that Encore. It only takes one to lock down a game at this point. Gonna be, pardon the pun, a huge tempo swing if Selena is able to hit these enemy champions with that ultimate ability.
We're gonna have to be careful here. Looks like Strag posturing for the Baron, but it's gonna be the inside track for support Diff. They're barreling down, looking for the inhib take, but they can't keep their minion wave alive.
Yeah,
Sejuani is being way too trigger shy with this Glacial Prison.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit traumatized by those near misses. Ine not looking for those Glacial Prison hits, because a single connection would destroy Strag. They need all 5 members of their team to play this siege, poke, disengage style, but gonna turn back to the Baron once again.
Yeah, I think if you're Sejuani, you're too concerned about hitting the perfect target that you had to be aware of the AoE slow that comes out. The AoE slow that comes out, as long as you hit a cluster, will provide enough space for the Jax.
A bit of a deja vu here. We're gonna rotate back into mid lane. This is a little bit of NA ram. Both teams just attritioning side lane resources, content to battle in mid lane just forever.
I play jungle mostly, but I'm pretty sure you're supposed to CS from the front of this minion wave as opposed to from the side, as in from the jungle. But it seems like Team Strag, you're content to just lob bombs and mystic shots into the wave here. Interesting strategy.
Support Diff really needs to clear out the Baron
I feel like
vision.
both teams are in the wrong spot. Like, Team Strag should be in the lane pushing to siege, and I'm pretty sure support Diff wants to be in the inside track to the objective so that they can force the invade the fight. And okay,
yeah,
Jax is finally going back to the split now, but we wasted a lot of time there, and that's time that Team Strag can use to stall out for the Dragon Soul, which is away from them back in the game.
Yeah, it seems like both teams are far more comfortable with the Baron dance, or the Dragon dance, as opposed to the Baron dance. As I say that though,
the Baron
on
dance
my
always has a
waypings...
certain sense of finality.
Oh wait, this is a back timer.
Ooh, okay, on my weight
Support
pings
Diff is
here
not in
for
position.
Team Strag. Viego is the one that's slowest to it though. And Lulu is
Not
here.
sure they can do this fast
No,
enough. They need to peel
Viego,
off.
Viego burns this. Viego burns this so fast now. The Blade of the Rune King plus the Kraken Slayer are going to be down to
House.
4k. The bomb digging used very early here. Baron should go down. No,
Oh
Sejuani
my
going to be the one to
God.
steal this away. Oh no! If you are Team Strag, gonna almost be able to get it. The Viego to go golden, but oh, that's a heartbreaker. Viego was the one who wasn't there until about halfway through, but Viego is your Baron killer. Now this Ezreal going to be found by the Jax. Let's see if Jax has the movement speed. No, doesn't even need it. Has the flash counter strike. Going to be able to lock up the Ezreal here. And now Support Diff is going to be able to break the base of Team Strag.
It's a tragic fight there.
Ooh,
Tragic
Seraphine almost went down there to the
Team
Satchel Charge.
Strag.
But no, there we go. The Sejuani now very confident. Actually, though, the Seraphine walks into the minefield. Going to make sure that it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade of mid laners. But now this Singe is going to get himself killed. Okay. So Singe there, perhaps unaware that there are 4 enemy champions with Baron on his screen. Just going to walk to his death here. This should be the game here for Support Diff. A huge Baron still coming out from Ine Sejuani. Gonna turn around the game for Support Diff after looked to be a little dicey, but all in all, that will be the game, ladies and gentlemen. Support Diff gonna take the win here over Team Strag. Gonna even up their record at 3-3. And meanwhile, Team Strag going to fall to 1-5. GG.
Yeah, I think this was the end that we kind of predicted, but we took a pretty unconventional path there. That was not a clean win for Support Diff, and I think they're going to need to go back and reevaluate this one. They cinch out the win at the end, but there was just so much in the mid game where they looked lost. They didn't know what their win condition was. They had this massive Jax who could easily convert, split push, draw 3 or 4 members of Team Strike, but they were happy to just group the Jax into a Ziggs, Channa, Ezreal, which is not a team fight you want to take. So
Blue is throwing,
congratulations, Support Diff, for that win.
but they won.
It's a well deserved, but I think they're going to need to tighten up if they want to challenge the teams like Andyland and Charles Angels.
Yeah,
Chili's Angels.
Indeed.
Yeah, so.
Well, in the end, let's take a look at some of the stats here for Support Diff, who did come out on top. There is that Jax leading the charge there. Ziggs actually going to be the damage leader for the entire game. A lot of poke damage coming out from him. Not as much, unfortunately, from Ezreal as we would have liked to see. Again, like you mentioned a lot, Clovis, not really playing to that poke win condition. Also getting found out a lot in isolation. Means that Team Strag did not play to their comp strengths and took the L as a result. Okay, let's hear from Support Diff back in the win column after 3 losses. Gonna pop in there and see who. Actually, let's see. So let's talk to Bao. I think we'll talk to Bao on the Jax, and we're gonna talk.
It was the top diff. Let's
Yes.
go, baby.
And we're gonna talk to Mo as well. A huge Baron steal. So let's get them in here real quick. All right, congratulations to Support Diff coming out on top here on the interview desk. We have Bao, aka Bao Baos, aka the Jax, and we also have Ine on the Sejuani. Congratulations to you guys on a pretty close win, led by Bao himself on the Jax. Did you know that Singe was a counter matchup to Jax?
Oh, it was?
Oh, you didn't look at that.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, definitely didn't feel like it that game. Pretty much in control, I feel like, from minute 1. Fortunately, a little bit of hiccups in terms of how to organize the split push, but in the end, able to lead your team to victory. What's your key to success on Jax?
I felt bad about Kevin. You know, I didn't want him to chug another bottle of wine, so had to win this game. I got you, Kevin.
Okay, so Bao making sure that Kevin does not succumb to alcoholism. For the viewers, a reminder, after their win over Andyland yesterday, the captain of Team Strag downed a bottle of wine on stream. Be sure to look through my VODs for that. But yeah, looks like Bao in the spirit of Alcoholics Anonymous gonna save Kevin from another bottle of alcohol there. Meanwhile, that game was sealed by a crucial Baron steal coming out from Mo on the Sejuani. So talk us through what you were thinking in that moment. Mo.
In that moment, I was just thinking, I gotta get this Baron. So, watching the Baron HP, didn't really care about anyone else. Just went in, went for the YOLO, and just so happened to be that I got the Baron.
Yeah, fat clutch, dude. MVP of the game right there.
Yeah, definitely the turning point there. Looks like Team Strag were on the verge of securing that one away, but a huge Baron steal by Sejuani. Gonna lock that one up. Okay, so support Diff back in the win column. Is there anything you guys would like to say to your many adoring fans that we've seen in the chat?
Pretty easy game. We're gonna win this entire thing. So no sweat.
I like to hear it.
Yeah, I think yesterday's game, Strag versus Andyland, they beat Andyland, so we know that they're not like insanely like the best team out of the tournament. I think everyone can like take a game off of everyone. So
yeah,
I think.
But nobody can take a game from us anymore.
Anymore.
Yeah,
Yeah,
true.
yeah. We're back in full form, man.
Yeah, my name is NA or Ine or NA like NA Ram. So we're really good at that. That's our strategy, like half a game. So if you noticed that during the game, that was pretty much what we were doing.
I
Going
did.
based off my name.
Yeah, the name ram was definitely in full effect in that game. Perhaps to the detriment of Jax, I feel like, but hey, can't
For the
argue
fans.
with the
For the
results
fans.
for the fans. Now giving the people what they want. And what they want actually is a lot of channel points. Unfortunately, you guys were the favorites. You guys were 70-30 favorites. So you did make some people happy, but not as happy as they could have been if you guys were the underdogs. But smart money wins out today. And ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to start getting ready for Game 3. That's right, we have 3 games tonight. Wouldn't you believe it? So we're going to get ready for Game 3 here between Don't Worry We Scale and Pokey Card. Don't you go anywhere. Thank you to Mo and Bao for the interview following their win.
GG's.
GG's. Okay, so Tiggy, how is it casting your first Do It Big game? Bit of a departure from.
Good to be here.
Yeah, it's a bit of a departure from those games on stage versus actual top collegiate teams, but hey, it's a lot of fun too.
It's a lot better being the one shit talking other people with my perfect vision.
Exactly.
Instead of media calling me a bad jungler.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah, that's why we do it, man. That's why we do it. Okay, gonna check in here with both teams of Don't Rescale and PokeCard and get that lobby set up for Game 3. So sit tight, guys.
Yeah.
Hello, gamers.
Hey, Roger.
How's it going? You guys ready?
It's going well. Yeah, I am ready.
Okay. So yeah, do you guys have the lobby set up by any chance?
I think maybe
Actually, no.
Jesse was setting
Jesse
it up,
does.
but
Yeah, okay.
yeah, I'm not in it yet.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna get that invite and I'll get you guys in there as well shortly. All right.
Sounds good.
All right. Good luck, guys. And do you guys know who you're gonna be sending to the interview desk? If you don't, you should get that figured out.
We'll figure it out.
Okay.
You guys pretty much convinced me.
Hello, gamers. Are you guys ready?
Just about. Can you give us about a minute around here?
Okay, sounds good. And you guys have your interview candidate primed and ready for the nightcap?
I think so. Yes.
Gonna end the night with a banger, maybe.
Banger.
Banger.
So.
Already a couple good games thus far, so don't disappoint us, okay? But we're gonna get this started very, very soon, and then yeah. So, thanks, guys. Good luck.
Sounds good.
Got like less than 10, 11 so far.
All right. So
I'm losing the shopkeeper every game right now.
I'll tell you right now, okay? It's really easy. If
Have
you're a
you
jungler,
have you heard of our Lord and Savior Lytics?
just don't build Death Dance.
Yeah. I don't build Death Tents.
Don't build Death Dance, and like 90% of the time, don't build Black Cleaver, and you're chilling.
Oh yeah, I never do Black Cleaver. I just before the nerf, I was all Gore Drinker into Ravenous Hydra.
Yeah. So Gore Drinker, Sterix is still fine after the nerf.
Yeah, Sterix was Pog too.
Yeah, if I were to endorse an itemization strategy, you can copy my proven analyst strat. And here it is. This is some insider secrets. So what you're going to do is you're open up a tab and you're going to search for lollytics.com. Then you're going to type your champion name and search for Platinum Plus or Diamond Plus, depending on what your needs are. And you sort the items by highest win rate, and you just build the highest win rate items. It's that easy, guys.
Yeah. Are you sponsored by them by any chance, Clovis?
Not yet, but I'm hoping to pick up a sponsorship soon. So if you know anyone who works at Lollytics, tell them to give me a call. Analyst Clovis Sivlock Wong is looking for a sponsorship.
There you go.
He'll tell you to build the good items, not the bad items.
Sorry, what?
Can you move down to spectators, Tiggy?
Oh yes. Okay. No, I'm playing this game. I'm the captain now.
We got a ringer hopping in for this one. That would keep it spicy.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's talk about both of these teams here. On the left side, we have Don't Worry, We Scale. Before last night, they were winless, or as Clovis more aptly puts it, unwon, but able to pick up their first win over Team Strag. Going to be looking to build on their momentum here, but they have quite a hefty challenge here up against Pokey, who are currently on a 3-game win streak. Again, another team stumbling out of the gates to a 1-2 record before really figuring it out here. A couple of huge wins, none bigger than their win against Chili's Angels. Before that game, Chili's Angels were sitting pretty at 5-1. So Pokey here going to be coming into this game with a ton of confidence.
Yeah, they've definitely proven that they can stand at the top. They debuted a very surprising strategy that the Nasus top is a counter pick into a lot of the tanks that we see played by these sort of, I guess Rodder calls them the weak side top laners, right? They play the jungle, the bomb side, they teleport bottom, they slam jam under the tower, and then they pick up Dragon. And that's been a really successful strategy for a lot of teams. But Nasus kind of throws a wrench into that game plan because he gets stacking, he starts to split push, and then your Maokai is kind of sad standing underneath tower against a 600 stack Nasus.
Yeah. One thing to also keep an eye out on here are the mid lane picks coming out from their mid laner Florzel. We've seen a good variety here, not just in terms of champions, but in terms of play style. We've seen the auto push Malzahar, we've seen the gank heavy teamfight oriented Galio, we've seen Vigar, and we've seen Zillion. Zillion was a huge part of their win against Chili's Angels, seemingly reviving anyone and everybody who was about to die. So we'll see what the mid lane pick is here for them as well. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's just hear from both teams, shall we? So let's get the interview candidates in here. Looks like Zach already ahead of the curve, sitting in here with me. Kinyu Hata, the jungler of Don't Worry We Scale. Let's get the interview candidate from Pokey here. Interview candidates, please. Okay, so looks like Pokey will be represented tonight by their AD carry, formerly OG Puppy Chow, now PC Puppy Chow. So we'll get into that very, very soon. But as the blue side representative, Kinyu Hata, first question is going to go to you. Now, as a returning Season 1 player of the Do It Big Invitational, you made a name for yourself with the Kinyu Hata special, which is to say you build tier and coal on literally every champion that you play. However, with this new season, you have been in the jungle rule for Don't Worry We Scale, which precludes you definitely from coal and almost definitely, but not necessarily, takes you away from the tier build path as well. How have you been coping with these new item changes?
I've got to say it's made me a better player. You know, like sometimes I gotta learn how to play the game in a new way, and I feel like I've definitely saw the improvement in myself.
Yeah. Okay. So it would appear that the Tear of the Goddess and Cole are crutches that Zach no longer needs. So without these crutches, with the ability to now walk, what do Pokey have to be on the lookout for here from your team?
I say everyone, you know, like if you guys watched our first win yesterday, everyone played their role. Everyone like popped off. You know, gotta say, they should be careful.
Okay, so PokeCard got to be careful here. Now going to turn it over to Dustin, aka PC Puppy Chow. First thing, why the name change? What happened to the OG?
Yeah, I used to be a part of that European team Origin back in the day. Most of you probably don't know that about me, but
Oh,
since then
okay.
I've been dropped from their roster, and I thought it was time for a name change once our team started putting things together, becoming a more cohesive unit, and after the last few wins, I have more blue essence lying around than channel points at this point, even though all my bets are they're going up, Dogecoin to the moon. And yeah, so I thought, hey, I could change my name 20 times. Might as well just start it off with this and see if I can get anyone else in the tournament to follow.
Okay, so PC here, having double meaning, obviously could stand for Puppy Chow, but more importantly, can also stand for Pokey Card. So let's see if by the end of the season we can get a full team of PCs ready to go here. Now, your team on a huge hot streak, 3 wins on the bounce here. What has been the key to this turnaround after that 1-2 start?
Say probably drafting champions that we're comfortable on. I felt like we were going for comps that we thought would work well, but that we weren't as familiar with. And at this point, we're just kind of picking what we know how to play and has been working for us.
Alright, so comfort over experimentation seems to be the key to success here for Pokey Card. Well, with that, thank you to both candidates. Anything you guys want to say to each other before we get this game ready to go?
Cheers, good luck, have fun. I hope it's a fun game.
Okay, good luck, have fun. Good sportsmanship here from Dustin. Alright, I'll let you guys both go back to your teams, and we're going to get the bets rolling very, very soon here. Again, between Don't Worry We Scale and Pokey Card. So let's see, Don't Worry. And, okay. Alright, so Clovis, already with the prediction before we even see a single champion being picked. It looks like you're telling Twitch chat to bet on Don't Worry We Scale since you bet on PokeCard.
I don't know, but you guys, I know I've had a bad, unlucky string of things. Has been looking great for Analyst Wong, but this time, I tell you, PokeCard is going to take it all. I've been following this team. I've been doing my research. I've been looking at their drafts and looking at their strategy. I think they really figured things out from last game. They took the game off of Chili's Angels, a top contender. I think this time it's going to be a walk in the park. This team is definitely not as strong as Chili's Angels. I think it'll still be a close game, but I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the Pokey Card angle right here. I'm going to play the Pokey Card.
Playing the Pokey Card here if you are Clovis. And if you are a viewer, you can now see if Clovis is the prophet. So if you agree with Clovis here, you can bet on Team Pokey Card, or if you want to short, you can bet on Don't Worry We Scale.
All right, we'll see how the bets turn out as we continue with the draft, or to continue the draft indeed. But speaking of the draft, we see Yordle bands coming out from.
That's not a Yordle, though.
Okay, that's not a Yordle. But we see 2 Yordles banned, Lulu and Vigar, and then Udyr taken away as well. From Team PokeCard, we see the Lux Seraphine bands, these sort of long-range enchanter style picks, and then we see the Hecarim band as well. Hecarim has just been a perennial power pick of many junglers in this tournament. It really fits well into these scrappy, brawly, like 5v5 fights that we see every game. Malzahar is going to be locked in from blue side. I love it. Malzahar is a super strong champion, but we're going to have to keep an eye out on the matchups because Malzahar has a lot of very weak lanes.
Okay, yeah. So
First pick Nocturne, that is spooky.
Yeah, literally And maybe figuratively here, if you are, don't worry, we scale. Going to be trying to sow a lot of discord into their ranks with that paranoia. I want to talk a little bit about this Malzahar pick. We haven't seen Petros play it just yet, but it's a good deny pick as it takes it away from the hands of Florzel. By no means his only champion, but it is one of his comfort picks. So going to be used here as both a pick and deny as well. So good draft strategy potentially coming out from Don't Worry We Scale. On the side of Don't Worry We Scale, on the side of Pokecard, excuse me, we are going to see that Senna Zillion combo again. So we saw this getting played to good effect in their win over Chili's Angels. The Zillion zipping around the Nasus, reviving people, and building that Moonstone Renewer into the Chemtech Putrefier. I believe were his two first items in that game. So going to be interesting to see if we go with that support Zillion build or if it's more of a damage-oriented one.
Yeah, already see a little bit of the draft dance going on. Malzahar first pick from DW, but it's going to be matched by the Nocturne Senna, right? You have all this die threat, you have this shielding and pick power to potentially catch this Malzahar off guard. And then the Nocturne is being matched by the Rel Samira, right? You say, you take this Nocturne? Sure, whatever. We're going to pick a backline that isn't threatened by your dive, that could just go on you instead. Spell shield the Nocturne Dust Trail and turn the fight around. Nocturne thinks you're diving the backline? No, that's just a free Samira reset. And then that gets countered by the Zillion, right? You say, oh, you're trying to stop our diver, stop us and get the reset. Well, try to kill Nocturne when he has Zillion ult on him, right? So huge blows getting traded back and forth, and very different angles coming out of each of these teams already.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see who the Zillion ult target is this game. Zillion ult lasts about 5 seconds, so we'll see if Nocturne basically just takes those 5 seconds, tries to do as much damage as possible while getting himself killed, and then popping back up and trying to slice up the ranks of Don't Worry We Scale here.
Yep. We'll see if these bans will indicate a little bit more of the strategy. Ooh, the Nasus Respect ban. Agent SA has got to feel good about that one. Trying that ban, and DW just don't want to deal with the Nasus that Chili's Angels had to face. So that's off the table. Sirach being taken off the table as well. It's going to be replaced by a Nami, so a similar niche, and they'll have that double sustained bottom lane. Send a Nami with the health battery as they attrition out the Rel, who is going to look to try and all-in with Samira instead.
Yeah, this is shaping out to be a brutal bot lane for Don't Worry We Scale if they cannot find some early engages. Going to mean that the range and poke from Nami and Senna are going to keep them constantly pressured, but probably under their tower at this rate. But there is the threat of a Jarvan gank here. Not going to be one of those farm till level 6 junglers. This Jarvan has very early gank potential.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Pokey Card chooses to round out their comp. They're going to see the Blind Darius, a pretty bold statement already, and they're going to have the matchup of their choice into this champion. I wonder if Agent SA has any ranged champions perhaps to play to punish the Darius, but no, it's going to be the Gragas locked in. A little bit of a tough matchup for Gragas, but a great compositional answer. This Gragas ult extremely disruptive for the Jarvan Cataclysm, extremely disruptive for the Malzahar ultimate, extremely disruptive for Rel. We'll have to watch out for that wind wall from Samira. Can eat the barrel if you're not careful, but other than that, Gragas ultimate, a huge, really powerful tool to protect the fragile backline of Pokecard.
Yeah, indeed. Alright, Tiggy, now that both teams have been locked in here, who do you give the draft advantage to?
I'm still not exactly certain what Rel does. I'm going to keep it real.
She's like...
She's annoyed me in the 2 games I've played with her.
I guess. I think of her as like
really
a...
tanky Leona, I feel like, no?
Yeah, she's kind of like that more defensive, like Vanguard, not Vanguard. What is the word that they use? That Riot uses. She's like Braum or Tarek, in that she kind of she's like an enchanter tank. Like she plays off of her allies. So she has really high quality CC, and she can switch from horse mode and defense mode. So in horse mode, she's mobile, and in defense mode, she's very tanky, but has like 250 base boost speed. So it's a bit of a rough time getting away from bites, but is very strong in those as a frontliner.
Well, I thought they came out at the gate strong with the Malzahar rail, but I don't know if I like Samira Darius against the comp. Especially like picking reset champions against Zillion always feels like a misplay.
That's a good point.
And I think in terms of picking fights or avoiding fights that the enemy is trying to pick, that red side has better options with the draft.
See a lot of control tools from Pokey card. We see the Paranoia, the Explosive Cast, the Zillion Ultimate to save people. If we see DW win, how are they going to generate those advantages?
I think that blue team needs to utilize Jarvan before Nocturne hits 6 very effectively to snowball the game a little bit. A Darius snowball in the top lane is a win condition. Bot lane, I'd say, is probably the more reliable way. I think Jarvan should be camping bottom lane here and trying to punish the immobile poking bottom lane of Senna Nami before Nocturne has much say in the matter. And then once Malzahar is 6, he can add to the pain wherever Jarvan is going. And then they should be looking to control dragons before the rather ultimate-centric team comp on the other side can start picking the fights that they want with them.
Great insight coming out of Tiggy, and yeah, I agree. We're going to have to keep an eye on the jungle pathing here. If Kinohara gets an explosive early game, just gets the ball running with all his laners, and they just stomp before these ultimates come online from Pokey card, there's definitely a game here from blue side, but they're on a pretty tight timer because level 6 is not a lot of time to work with.
Yeah. As we take a look here at the bets, by the way, sorry to cut you off there, Tiggy, but just real quick, a ton of points being put down here on Pokey card, over 45,000 compared to just 11,500 for Don't Worry We Scale. Gonna mean this is a 1 to 4 odds in favor of Pokey card. Wow.
I bet red here, and that's because without being agnostic of the individual player capabilities, the fact that I think blue side's win condition is predicated on being able to snowball pre-6, and that snowballing is usually something that, at least pre-6, without the tilt of solo queue, doesn't happen as much outside of like the highest levels of play. I think playing level 6 and beyond comps at a level of play where goal difference can go either way and be wishy-washy for the first 20 minutes is usually better.
Yeah. So good points there. We'll see just how little this Jarvan tries to snowball the early laning phase here in favor of Don't Worry We Scale. Again, in Don't Worry We Scale and Pokecard here, a little bit separated in terms of standings. Gonna be at 1 and 4 on the season. Pokecard very confident here at 4 and 2. But both teams coming in here with wins. So in their latest matches. So we'll see which team gets to preserve their momentum. Okay, as we load into the game here, I will actually the bet is gonna time out. It's about 5 seconds left. Okay, we are loaded into the game, ladies and gentlemen. The final game of our triple header of the night. Going to be wrapping up, for the most part, the first round robin of Season 2 of the Do It Big Invitational. On the blue side, we will have Don't Worry We Scale. On the right side, red side, we have Pokey Card. And we immediately start with a pause. What a start. What a start.
You gotta love it. I guess this gives us more time to talk about the draft and the win conditions, reorganize our scoreboard, use the bathroom, get a drink of water, get your snack, because we're in this for the long haul.
Okay, speaking of long hauls, that was not a long pause. I think both teams are ready here. We'll see. By the way, thank you to Derek, aka Call Me Sunbay, for cheering exactly 1 bit. I knew that cost a lot for you, buddy, so I really appreciate the support. If you want to take that shiny little badge that Call Me Sunbay has next to his name, go ahead and donate 2 bits. And maybe you can do a little bit better. Oh, thanks for following me, Tiggy. I appreciate it.
A bit overdue.
A bit overdue. It's all good.
We're going to see a 5-point fan for both of these teams. Neither of them looking for that level 1 action. And I think we're just going to have a pretty normal laning phase. Keep an eye on which camps these junglers choose to start, because that's going to determine a lot of how explosive Kino Hada can be, how much jungle interaction we're going to have, and whether or not blue side can get the ball rolling before it gets a little too late.
Indeed. Alright, thank you to Mayhem Gaming for the follow as well. I appreciate that, Matt. Gotta figure out something to do for the 100 follower challenge as well. Didn't really ever think we would get to this point, but here we are. So appreciate everyone who's been showing their support up until this point. Keep doing it big over here. And bigger and bigger. Okay, speaking of jungle starts, looks like we're going to have opposite jungle starts. Jarvan going to be pathing towards that very gankable bot lane. Nocturne, meanwhile, going to be pathing towards his top lane.
I like this from Jarvan starting blue side. Like I said in the select screen, I think the win condition for blue side is power ganking bottom lane. Because I mean, if bottom lane does not get ahead from Jarvan, they will just be poked to oblivion, and it'll just be straight up lane kingdom from the red side.
We'll see if that prediction from Tiggy comes to pass. A bit of a wave advantage already building for this Samira, so there is an opportunity for a level 2 all-in, but they may have pushed a little too hard. The wave will push forward, and they may get too close to the tower. No, they still have an option to play for the level 2 all-in, so keep an eye on that wave bottom lane.
Yeah. Let's see here. So again, Rel at level 2, very, very potent with that dismount plus the stun. Gonna mean a lot of lockdown here for either Senna or Nami, and more importantly, the W knockup is also going to be extended here by that recently changed Samira passive. Tiggy, you should be thanking your lucky stars you didn't play too much of Season 10, because a Samira on release was absolutely broken. It extended every CC in the game.
Saw it once.
Yeah.
And then I stopped playing again.
Yeah.
Yeah, back to sleep. Goes
200 years.
200 years. And there it is. There is that very early level 3 Jarvan in the bot lane. However, the wave position is not particularly favorable for Don't Worry We Scale. Ooh, maybe it would.
He's probably waiting for Crab, and then we'll return after the Crab once this lane pushes, unless there is an opportunity right now.
Maybe. Oh, we're gonna force a gank here. We're gonna go aggressive onto the Nami here. Nami gonna go very, very low. Let's see. Jarvan actually ended up going for the Senna there, so no burst from the Jarvan onto the Nami will mean that Nami is gonna be forced to flash. No summoners actually here except the Ignite in the hands of Nami, but overall, still being alive is gonna mean that Pokecard is not gonna be too sad about that gank from the Jarvan.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of lost time there for Jarvan. Nocturne is going to be collecting the top crab, and Jarvan is going to be a camp down. We'll look into the bomb side jungle, but we'll be very sad to find no camps available to do. And Nocturne, if he's counting camps, will know that there is a wolf waiting for him.
Yeah,
I think this is actually still good for blue team. They blew both flashes and the heal.
Hold on, Jarvan here might be going for a mid gank. Let's see here. Going to be a knockup that does land onto the Zilean. However, Malzahar at this point doesn't have too much gank follow-up. And the Call of the Void not going to do enough damage there. No Ignite in the hands of Malzahar will mean that Zilean should be able to walk out here safely. So 2 ganks from the Jarvan early on, but neither able to convert, unfortunately. However, we notice here Nocturne did not wait around long enough to counter jungle away the Gromp.
A little bit of an oversight there, but we'll turn his attention to the mid lane looking for Malzahar.
Yeah, this is a very hard game to execute.
Happen. Yeah, I think Petro's spider senses are tingling. Like they know something has to be up here.
The other difficult part of this gank is the Malzahar's shield will eat 1 bomb, which means that he cannot get the double bomb. Oh, there. Well, as I say that. Never mind. That interaction works a little bit differently than I thought. So it does not block the bomb from being picked up. Really weird. Ooh.
Yep. So. Means that the double bomb threat still does exist, and Petros is going to be in a bit of an awkward position. May need to blow teleport here to reload on those corrupting potion charges. Will not have that back cancelled, so they shouldn't miss too much there. we see Jarvan returning the bomb side. The gank previously didn't work because the wave control was
Oh
not
my god,
on
Jarvan
point.
not really patient
Ooh.
there. Rel not on the same page either. Was not able to go into there. Jarvan was not on vision. Could have definitely waited for that wave to push back out in favor of Don't Worry We Scale. But this Jarvan is trying.
Yeah, red is pushing to blue, and he should have waited for at least Rel to step up.
Yeah, but I'm not sure what it is for DW here. They're just never quite on the same page. It looks kind of good, but the wave control is just always off. The wave is just perfectly slow push, perfectly stacked, perfectly frozen every time. And Jarvan is the kind of awkward choice. Like, do I wait for this wave to push? Do I fight into the stacked minion wave? Do we have enough damage? Then in those fights, there's almost enough damage to kill, but the target selection is just a little off, and they can't finish off one target, but they are still flashless, so here we go.
Rel gonna flash it, gonna get a double knock up here onto the Senna. This will be a dead Senna finally, and Jarvan gonna drop his flag there just to say, hey, I'm here. Get a pick up an assist as well. So does pick up 75 gold for his trouble. Honestly, at this point, it is deserved. Jarvan has been applying a lot of pressure here to this bot lane, and it finally comes good. This Jarvan, by the way, has still not reset. I'm gonna be able to pick up this bot lane Scuttle Crab before he does. And you did win the early game here for your team, but I don't know if it's enough to counteract what is soon to be a very, very potent paranoia coming out from Nocturne, who does have that serrated Dirk.
Yeah, it might just be enough though, because Humble Donut honestly not where he should be in terms of farm right now.
Yeah.
Like, Inuhata spent like nearly 2 minutes bottom lane. Nocturne is just 2 camps up. That is really not as far ahead as he could be. He had a full opportunity to counter jungle Gromp Wolves, which he declined. He wasted time mid, took a reset, and now he's going to be clearing toward top side, but then the Wolf camp is down, so it's just... Yeah, this route is not super efficient from Humble Donut. It means there's going to be some time loss. It's going to be a late level 6 here.
This is, I think, a new record for how long a jungler has stayed out before he's recalled. It is
Jarvan,
now 7.5 minutes, yeah. Not exactly the most efficient clearer.
Yeah, both these junglers really prioritizing impacting early lanes, recognizing that early strength, and pretty much willing to sacrifice their own economy to make that happen. Humble Donut didn't really go for ganks, but he was defending Zillion for a very long time just to make sure that Florizel was okay. So.
Okay, now look here, Nocturne positioning for a lane gank here in the bot lane. If Samira and Rel are not careful, they will get ganked, but you want to talk about unfavorable lane positioning. The wave is pushing here towards Don't Worry We Scale. It would appear that both teams here understanding where the jungler should go, but the laners not understanding how they should try to prepare the wave to set their jungler up for success will mean that Nocturne just goes home and paths towards his top side here.
Yeah, I think some of these AD carries may need to take a trip to YouTube after this match. Look up some wave control guides, because like I don't really see any attempts of freezing or slow pushing or setting up like cheater recalls. I think there's a lot of room for growth in the DIB metagame if bottom lanes start picking up these wave controls.
Hold on, Rel gonna come in here, gonna force a flash from the Nami. Senna does have that flash as well, as they were on synchronized timers. Jarvan here, they're just gonna elect to kill the control ward. Rel gonna be harvested. Oh no! The Jarvan does not find the flag and drag combo onto the Senna. Cataclysm going to stop the Senna. Now going to try to flash away, but teleport coming in from the very, very low mana Gragas will mean that there is no kill potential from the Gragas. But a couple of, honestly, just misplays coming out from both teams here. Jarvan coming in for that gank, flagged way too far over the wall here for his Dragon Strike to connect, which means that he did not get that initial flag and drag, electing to then Cataclysm onto the Senna, but by that point his bot lane was in full retreat, gonna actually flash out of his own Cataclysm.
I think it might have been a misclick there, because you should always be able to Dragon Strike to your own Demacian standard. So,
hold on, gonna be a flash Maltar ulti. Let's see if the suppress lasts long enough. It will not. So the Chrono Shift gonna come in just in time. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, here we go again. Nami does not have flash, remember. Should be a dead fish very, very soon. Gonna be picked up by the Rel, unfortunately, for Don't Worry We Scale, but is nevertheless still a kill. Should translate to the first dragon of the game as well. Nocturne gonna be content to take the first Rift Herald of the game on the opposite side of the map. But Jarvan has been exerting so much pressure here in the bot lane. Has not started on the dragon just yet.
This is kind of concerning from the bot lane of PC. They should expect to be camped, and they're just not respecting the Jarvan.
Yeah. Now, this is way too many resources committed to a very, very free Drake. Will mean that Samira and Rel do not get their resets on time, and it'll also mean that actually Zillion is able to push this wave into mid. There do not need to be 4 members here from Don't Worry Rescale to pick up this dragon. But Cataclysm is available very, very soon. Let's see if Jarvan decides to go for it. Flag and Drag is available. Where is it? Nope. Alright, so it will not be the case here. No Cataclysm there from the Jarvan to lock down the Zillion for the rest of his team to catch up. And look at that.
Strange. I wonder if he didn't realize Florzel had neither Flash or Ultimate, because if that was communicated, I think that's just a very free kill.
It is.
We might be setting up a dive in the top lane here. Darius is very low.
But does have
Nocturne may be looking to cast Paranoia.
Okay, Darius is actually going to see this and actually going to walk away, but this is very, very bad if you are Darius. Mark just not going to have teleport here to get back up, and actually going to lose a ton of plates and a ton of minions as well. Gragas already with a level advantage. So Darius being picked here as a general lane bully, doing nothing in that department, actually going to be down in levels and soon to be down in CS as well.
To be honest, I think Nocturne and Gragas could have actually killed Darius about 20 seconds before he left, but it seems like they're just playing it safe here to get the turrets. And
we're trading back big blows in the top lane. Samira is
low
ahead,
risk, medium reward.
Nocturne and Gragas getting all that play gold in the top side. Darius now going to be kind of sad here. We'll be able to freeze in the long lane with Ghost, so there is a lot of there.
Did not hit the eye! Oh my goodness, the Herald charged. So didn't draw the aggro there of the Herald, and also didn't hit the eye. There will mean that the Herald is able to get the second charge off onto that tier 2 turret as well. A huge win for Pokey despite the lack of kills. Able to pick up a good amount of gold, and they actually have a 500 gold lead here despite being down 2-0 in the kill department.
It's the power of towers, baby. And speaking of towers, one thing I'm curious about, where are these top laners going to go now that the tier 1 top tower for the side of blue has been taken? See, a lot of teams get a little confused on the mid-game macro once the map starts to open up, so kind of interested, and maybe it'll help some of our viewers to follow along. What do the top laners need to do after the tower's down?
You know, that is a good question. It kind of depends, I think, on the push here condition for Darius to see if they try to build up a wave. But it looks like here, it looks for both top laners, okay, they're just going to be content to pretend like the tower is still up here. Even wave here, and that's actually not going to be very favorable if you are Darius. We already saw Nocturne threatening a gank here. If you're Darius, you need to either push this out as fast as possible or try to freeze on your side of the map to deny farm. If you're Gragas, you're very happy with this because now you're set up for a gank if Nocturne decides to try to pick that up.
Yeah, speaking of cracking the wave, looks like Agent SA is going to wiggle here, set up a brutal freeze, but we'll need to watch out for the Darius all-in, who is in that bush. Ooh, Agent SA, gotta be careful there.
He's down a level.
Oh.
Okay, here we go. It is a tank Darius, or tank Gragas, excuse me, so should be able to stand up pretty well to the Darius damage, but yeah, gotta be careful not to let the Noxian Executioner there hit 5 stacks on that hemorrhage, which will mean that Gragas will start bleeding profusely.
Oh, and another freeze setup. Oh, this Darius is very, very sad. They don't know where Nocturne is, have to respect the threat of the Paranoia, and Agent SA is gonna happily hold this minion wave here forever.
Yep. Darius, though, does have a CS advantage, was able to dodge out from that Nocturne gank. We still have not seen that Paranoia ultimate being used yet. But outside of some pre-6 ganks in the bot lane, Jarvan has not been able to make as much of an impact as I think we would have hoped for such an early game focused jungler.
There were quite a few ganks from the Jarvan where a flag and drag into flash could have secured a kill. And that will probably come back to bite him, not either not knowing or not being competent enough to land that.
Yeah,
could have snowballed the game a lot more than it is right now.
May need to see a little bit of practice tool combo flashing. But this is the beauty of this level of play, right? You don't have the perfect players, you don't have the perfect champion pools. You draft your team together, and a lot of these teams, it's not the best players who are winning, it's the teams that have the synergy and the dedication to make a strategy that hides their weaknesses and showcases their strengths.
I definitely agree with that. Alright, Jarvan now going to try
top
lane. Darius does have a max range pull. The barrel going to try to disengage, and Gragas going to flash.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my goodness, the fat man with just enough be to dodge out of the Cataclysm. I do not believe that that was intentional, but actually it's just Jarvan. Really slow, actually. I did not know that Jarvan traveled that slowly with the Cataclysm. To the point
I'm
where
fairly certain in those instances you open up with the Cataclysm and then use Flag and Drag to follow, and you see the Jarvan was punished for doing it in the wrong order there.
Bit of a bungled CC combo from Kinohara, but Agent SA with the moves does scoot on out of there on the Gragas, amusingly enough. And on the other side of the map...
Oh my goodness, that was almost a steal. And Rel actually going to go in a 4v1 scenario. Dawning Shadow over the top. This Rel is so tanky, though. Going to take a while to go down here. Gragas is going to be down here now, able to pick that one up. And now Jarvan going to be stuck in the middle of 5 members here. Paranoia going to be used to try to find the Malzahar, but actually now Nocturne going to turn around. Meanwhile, Duel the 80 carry is going to be won handily by some... Oh my goodness gracious. This Senna is doing so much work, but now it's actually going to be the Daredevil style coming out from Samira. Going to turn that one down. Going to pick up a kill that otherwise would not have happened. Wow, so Samira there turning it around on the Senna, but still going down in the end will mean that it ends up being a 3-for-1 plus the Dragon in favor of Pokey Card.
Yeah, I think Puppy Child losing a little bit of confidence there. I think if they had taken their hands off that keyboard and just auto-attack, they win that, but stuttering a little bit, canceling the spell with the flash means that the lifesteal prevails and Samira trades 1-for-1. Overall, though, a huge win for Pokecart, and that teleport difference in the top lane coming up huge. Darius does trade the tower back, so they get something for it, but overall, this Gragas has had a much bigger positive impact on the game than the Darius. Getting those big teleports bottom, saving his bottom lane's life once, winning this dragon fight. Sure, Darius is up farm, but what does that mean if you haven't converted that lead onto the map?
Yeah, and here Darius here, a 20 CS lead should be the bare minimum for this champion. Gragas has a ton of utility, will be scaling well into this game as both a tank and initiator for his team. Meanwhile, Darius steadily falls more and more off a cliff as the game length extends here. Ooh, Jarvan though is going to start with that Cataclysm. As you mentioned, Tiggy, Darius is here as well. The barrel going to come out here. The explosive cast not going to do too much though. This will be a slow death for the Darius. Boom. Okay, so the Noxian Execution able to find the guillotine onto the Darius. That will be a shutdown in the hands of Darius. Maybe that will get him back into this game a little bit, and he can start creating some side lane pressure for his team.
We see a little bit of a change up to the lane allocation. Petros taking control over the top lane with that Void Link push, while Puppy Chow, Pokey, and Hio for the win and Soleilin cover the mid lane, so the duo lanes are swapping out. This does mean that the bottom lane is left totally unattended by Pokecard, and they're just going to maybe lose an entire other turret to this Darius. No, he is going to back off, but it's a lot of farm that Pokecard just gave away for free.
Yep. So dropping a lane of farm there, Senna in the top lane is going to eventually start picking that one back up. But got to be careful here if you're Darius now, because Gragas is coming back and there is a Nocturne potentially in tow with that Paranoia.
Ooh, this is maybe we're gearing up for a fight here.
Yep, bot lane of Don't Worry We Scale rotating over here, but they are in full vision of that control ward. So if a fight breaks out here, Pokecard should be well aware of the rotation. Let's see if Darius tries to pick a bait here, but their bot lane should communicate that they have been seen. So it looks like it will just be a bit of a push onto this bot tier 1 coming out. And now it is Don't Worry We Scale that are dropping a lane of farm, as Senna's going to push this in the top lane.
Oh,
Explosive
but the bombs are getting
used
quite
here.
low. Oh, Paranoia!
Here we go. Gonna engage onto the Samira here, but now Samira gonna try to dive away here. Dawning Shadow over the tops, and this Nocturne able to pick that one up. Actually gonna be the Nami that picks that one up. Okay, sorry, but now Darius does have the stacks. Oh my god, that will be a Nami that will try. Okay, barely gonna not bleed out there. Let's see if the Chrono Shift gets used. It did not. So still a Zillion ulti available. Malzahar is here as well. And suddenly it's a Nabat. Not a name Ram, but a Nabat. As we have a ton of champions here in the bot lane. Now Gragas is going to go and going to eat the Nether Grasp. But so tanky. That tower is still up. Doing a ton of damage in this fight. And Zillion going to be able to revive the Fat Man here with about 60% HP. If you're Don't Worry We Scale, you have to wonder why you guys are fighting for this bot tier 1.
Yeah, some lives going down, but there's not a tower conversion for either team yet. Meanwhile, the wave just crashes in the tower top and bounces back. Samir going to head over to manage that, but Senna's already here playing the bomb siege. It's a 4v3 situation.
Jarvan needs to be careful. There are double bombs here. If he walks over that, he will get immediately stunned. Okay, looks like it will not be the case. The tier 1 does successfully get defended, but barely. Both teams here really putting a heavy emphasis on the bot tier 1 turret. I didn't know that this was a thing. But as it stands, it will buy everybody enough time for this Infernal Dragon to spawn. So Infernal Souls back to back here. Samira needs to be careful. Going to be a flash. Ooh, alright. So Samira able to get away, dashing towards her allied minion wave there. Actually will mean a huge engage or cooldown is expended here by the Gragas. That was a flash E coming out. Ooh, okay, now the driver going to be found out by the Senna. Look at the Senna zip around. Paranoia going to be used. The driver went out of vision. Now Samir going to be caught out here. The stun coming out from the rail going to try to buy her some time here. But now this Gragas and Nocturne are on top of the Samira inside the turret. But, ooh, Daredevil side almost going to be enough here with the Immortal Shield. But now these two diving members actually going to be able to pick up the Nocturne as Jarvan as well. This Jarvan was very, very low. Rel trying to keep the Gragas stuck under turret. But, meanwhile, on this other side of the map, Darius gonna fall down here to the combined power of Senna and Zilean, and Nocturne able to walk out of that dive will mean an ace in favor of Don't Worry We Scale. Only Gragas going down there doing his job as that tank initiator will give the first Infernal Dragon of the game over to Pokecard and will give them a solid mid-game advantage.
Pokecard finally sets up that game-breaking team fight. This goes back to exactly what Tiggy was talking about. The ultimate abilities coming out of Pokecard. Paranoia huge. They force Samira out of the fight. It takes them a long time to kill her through the shield bow, but she's gone, and with her down, her W isn't there to block the Nami ultimate. So this separated fight, the chaos created by Paranoia, enables Pokecard's backline to excel. And take a look at that itemization. They have that Staff of Flowing Water Moonstone on the Zilean. They have the Kraken Slayer and the Baby Rage Knife. The Rage Knife, the Baby Rage Knife.
Baby Rage Blade.
Convert Senna's crit into
on-hit damage.
Into the extra on-hit damage, and that's a huge power spike for Senna, even though she's not on her second item yet. And now, even building that rapid fire cannon, choosing to sit on the Baby Rage Knife, so that she gets that conversion into on-hit damage. A much better deal for Senna, who has modified crits.
Hey, Don't Worry We Scale feels at this point as though they're relegated to picks instead of the team fight, which is kind of weird because they have Darius and Senna, two reset champions, purely because of the fact that Pokecard is picking all the fights.
Yeah, it's a little bit problematic.
And Zilean ult just completely nullifies a Malzahar ultimate that is incorrectly placed or a Noxian Guillotine.
Yeah, so I think we can agree here that Pokecard does have an advantage for now. If you're Team DW, how do you get back in this game?
Well, you gotta find some clutch Nethergrass here. If there is a world here where they do find out the Zilean, before you can get that Chrono Shift on, that Nethergrass is a guaranteed 1.5 second suppress. There is good interrupts here from Gragas, from Nami, but that has to be the win condition here, is you have to get some of these members, these squishier members, to walk into Malzahar Jarvan here. In general, they need to be the one that starts the fight on their own terms. The counter engage coming out from Don't Worry We Scale is pretty paltry compared to the counter engage tools here for Pokecard.
They really have to dogpile on Zilean or fight when Zilean is not there. Otherwise, nothing will go well for them.
Yep, Chrono Shift, a really powerful tool, and also with these bombs here, forcing a little bit of social distancing out of DW. They're going to have to avoid holding hands here, otherwise the bombs are going to do a little bit extra damage, but do a good job. They're wearing their masks, they're staying at home, just like we are watching Do It Big.
Good plug, Clovis, very nice.
Stay healthy, take care of your friends and family.
Take care of your homies.
Don't bring your homie Zilean bombs.
True. Okay. Interesting to keep an eye out on here as well. Look at the level lead for Zilean there, and for Nocturne as well. Zilean with the increased EXP gain from his passive, able to spread that EXP to his homies. Going to be leveling up his allies throughout the game. Will mean a 2-level lead for mid lane and jungle here. And if Zilean hits level 16, gonna have that, a good buffer there from the Jarvan, gonna dodge out from the belly fat of Gragas. But yeah, Zilean, if he hits level 16 here with the level 3 Chrono Shift, gonna mean a huge reduction in the cooldown and an increase to the healing as well when the revive champion comes up. I don't know that The damage coming out from Don't Worry We Scale is going to be enough to punch through 2 lives worth of, say, Gragas, especially considering that there is a Nami and a Senna behind this very jolly fat man.
One thing I do want to say is that I'm impressed with how close this match is. DW was not favored to win this game as we were entering it. They're having a tough time struggling in the standings, but this is a really close competitive match, and it's surprising to see PokeCard really struggle to cement their lead when they took a game off of Chili's Angels in a huge upset. So seeing a little bit of Robin Hood going on here, PokeCard gonna steal from the rich, give to the poor, and DW still has a glimmer of hope here. They have ways to get back into this game if they can get a tight fight, get a pick. Maybe look for a kill here in the bomb side of the map, but no, Pokey is here to escort Agent SA to safety.
Yeah, interesting to keep an eye out here on Samira. Obviously going to be the linchpin of Don't Worry We Scale's comp. So if Hayo for the win, Mason, if you can find some crucial resets, they can bait out that Chrono Shift. Hold on, Darius going to be heavily overextended here. Now going to be found. Oh no. This Darius
is
going to go
stop
down.
moving and run out of HP. One of Darius's weaknesses, not moving.
Yes, death is that
A bit of an
message.
overextension with no vision.
Yep, definitely
say
gonna
that.
be a huge
Also, that too,
pick.
that too.
Yeah, so the bulkiest frontline member here of Don't
Oh, the super speed Gragas! He's going!
Okay, Jarvan gonna try to flag and drag over the wall. Gragas still has
Oh,
an
he's so
explosive cask
fast!
available. Let's see where he decides to use it. Samir still dive. Dawning Shadow actually not gonna do too much. The Nami wave gonna lock down Rel though as well. The Locking gonna try to buy some time. Now Jarvan gonna go in, Paranoia over the top. And look at this Samir try to go in, gonna immediately actually, no, not going to immediately get locked down, but Senna able to lock that one down. And now, though, Nocturne going to go very, very low, but going to be healed back up in short order. Malzahar going to go golden here, but now going to be immediately stunned out of stasis by the double Zillion Bomb. And an ace now here for PokeCard, going to give them their second Infernal Dragon and a third Dragon of the game overall, which will put them on Soul Point. And unfortunately for Don't Worry We Scale, I think they've been outscaled here by the comp picked by PokeCard here. This Senna has been so safe in these team fights. Zero threat, and like we talked about, if Don't Worry We Scale don't get their preferred initiation, they have to engage onto Gragas and whoever Zillion decides to ulti pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, all you have to look at is Zillion's KDA. He hasn't died.
Yeah.
That means that blue team is not picking the fights that they need to.
Yeah, it's kind of strange because these team comps are so binary, right? Like, blue team gets ahead, they just chain, reset, and murder the whole PokeCard team. It doesn't matter if they have Zillion ult or not, right? So if blue side got ahead, this could be a totally different game that we're watching right now. But because PokeCard is ahead, they have double Moonstaff already. They have Chemtech Putrefier on Zillion. They have Senna already on 3 items, who also has ambient healing. Gragas has an sustain in his kit. So without enough healing reduction from the side of Don't Worry We Scale, they can't deal with triple healing. Like they just, you saw how low the health bars got, and nobody died from PokeCard except for their initiation.
Right. Yeah, and what's really disappointing here, I think, is not only the fact that, you know, teams at this point in the tournament have recognized when to pick up healing reduction, but I think the issue here is they overemphasize it to the point where people are picking up too much healing reduction, and it's really hitting the item power spike timings of some of these players. If you look at Darius, for example, stopping for a Bramble is fine, but Jarvan stopping for an Executioner's will mean that he is just that much farther away from a very crucial Sterix gauge that would really help him stand up in these team fights.
Oh, here we go. Here's a team fight. Speaking
Jarvan,
of which,
Flag and Dragon to go on to Gragas. It's going to be followed by Zillion as well. This is already scuffed from Don't Worry We Scale. Rel going to go in. Going to be the first target here for Zillion. Zillion going to go down, but Samira does get the ulti down, but now going to be stopped by the explosive cast and actually going to be burning down. You look at that range from Senna. Oh my goodness. This Senna is harvesting from a mile away. Look at that. Going to be a team-wide ace here. Only Nocturne going down for PokeCard, and I think this will be game, ladies and gentlemen, with the Baron minions up here as well. 20 seconds left. The earliest respawn here is Rel. Should be PokeCard picking up the win here. Going to move them to 5-2 on the season, which will tie them at the top of the standings here with Chili's Angels at the conclusion of their round robin. Unfortunately, we have that spectator delay. Going to mean here that we do not see that victory pop up for PokeCard, but This game is without a shadow of a doubt gonna go to Pokey card here. Don't worry, we scale now. Gonna fall to 1 and 5 at the bottom of the standings there, with the Stragglers also at 1 and 5.
Pokey card making me eat my own words. I said it was a little touch and go there for a second, but they were just playing calm, playing patient. They know they have a dominant position, and they seal out with a decisive fight victory in mid lane with the Baron buff. They close out the game in short fashion. And wow, I think a big surprise to us all, the standings at the end of this week. We have Chili's Angels at the top with Pokey card tied for first place. The Rahul versus Samuel Lee saga is going to continue, and Andy Land, despite their promising start to the season, actually going to be in third, 4-2, dropping a couple of matches in the tail end of it.
Yeah, so will be interesting to see here. Ladies, just a reminder for the viewers, this is only the first round robin, so we will have a second round robin. Each team will get a chance to potentially claim dominance or claim revenge in the second round robin to conclude the regular season. After that, the top 6 teams will advance to the playoffs. The first 2 seeds will get buys. The next 4 will be seeded into the quarterfinals, and from there we will begin to crown the champion of Season 2 of the Do It Big Invitational. All the games will be broadcast here on this channel, so if you haven't already done so, please subscribe so you don't miss a minute of the action. But congratulations again to Pokey Card. We're going to hear from them very, very shortly. Unfortunately, I did not get to the stat screen for this game because of that spectator delay, but as it stands, we will still hear from our victors here. So give me one moment. Okay, Clovis, is there anyone, or Tiggy, you guys, anyone that you want to particularly hear from?
I mean, you know me, I always want to hear from my boy Samuel Agent S.A. Lee, but I think it'd be great to hear from the top lane perspective, and I think Zillion would also be great to hear from too.
Okay, let's do it. So give me a second here. Let me just message Joel because I don't want to drag and chain drag people up here. Can we get you and Sam? Alright, there is Joel and there is Sam. So congratulations to the pair of you and to your team. With that win, gonna move into the top of the standings, tied with Chili's Angels at 5-2 at the conclusion of this first round robin. On a 4-game win streak as well, so ending on a high note as well. Congratulations. My first question here, gonna go over to Joel. Starting to make a name for yourself on this Zillion. What about this champion is just so hard to play against?
I mean, his ultimate is pretty broken in 5s, especially because we can just coordinate for sure on who needs it. And so far, teams haven't really been able to force me to use the ult on myself, so I can use it on Dustin or use it on Sam, and then it just turns the fight around.
Yeah, definitely. Really hard to lock down a champion twice with that Chrono Shift active. As a captain here, you've been seeing a huge turnaround from your team. We asked Dustin a little bit about this earlier, what he felt like the catalyst was. In your eyes, what's been the key to this turnaround and this 4-game win streak?
I mean, I think earlier on, we just were a little shaky playing as a team. The comms weren't as clean. So we would like make a call and then 3 of us would do it and the other 2 might not do it. So with some more practice, we cleaned that up, and I think we've gotten on the same page to the point that we've been able to luckily pull off, you know, a 4-win streak and bring it back.
Yeah, bring it back indeed. All right, well, Clovis, I pass the mic to you. I know you have some questions here for Agent SA on the Gragas.
All right, Samuel Lee had a bit of a rough start to this tournament, but bringing it back and showing up in a big way, absorbing tons of pressure top lane with your Gragas, eating those ganks, and then claiming the first tower with the help of your jungle and Rift Herald. What are your thoughts on this game?
Yeah, I think that don't worry, we skill actually prepared pretty intelligently for us. They recognize, I think, a large parts of our success in the Udyr and Soraka getting banned out. And as well as the Vigar, I think, is a smart adaptation in given what they like to play. They have the engaged support character. They usually like playing some sort of engaged high tempo character in their jungler. And they just really want ways to force fights. So I think that they prepared adequately. Unfortunately for them, Gragas is a champion that looks at engage and can completely invalidate it, and actually has a large amount of very good matchups right now. And partly thanks to the fact that he has such a safe and honestly degenerate trading pattern against melees. So as soon as I saw their composition, I felt pretty confident that locking the Gragas, it could give us both a way to engage and a way to shut down their engage, and then just let our backline kite out and deal damage. So
yeah, a lot of great Gragas ultimates that game. I was a little worried where with the Gragas lock-in, because the 1v1 against Darius is not super exciting, but you narrowly lived in a critical gank. Somehow you dodged every spell and body slammed out of there. What were your thoughts on during that gank?
Well, I saw myself getting ganked, and I was like, oh, this is not very good. And then I threw my cast, and I pressed my flash key, and unfortunately, Jarvan did not have any tools after he pressed all his buttons, and then I was like, well, this is fine. I live. To Gragas another day.
Thoughtful and diplomatic responses from Agent SA. Really maturing as a player and kind of being the engage that holds his team together and keeps his backline alive. So I feel like Pokecard has really changed a lot from the week 1 Pokecard we saw. It looks really cohesive now, and I'm excited to see what you guys do with your new first place position tied with Chili's Angels. Would you say you have a little bit of a rivalry going on there?
Yeah, Rahul and I go way back. Challenge each other to the top canyon of all sorts. In the scouting games, I got to play Aatrox against his Maokai. We all know how that went down. By the way, Maokai has like a 56% win rate against Aatrox in solo queue, so a little unlucky for Rahul there. And then as well as the unfortunate loss in the first round robin, but we'll see. Maybe he'll pick up a few new tricks up his sleeve. Though I must say, I have been practicing Swain.
Thank you for sharing. Samuel, I'm going to throw it back to you, Roger.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So a couple of notes to end on. Well, not really end, because I'm hopping into a game here that I will talk about very, very shortly. But just a couple of things for the viewers here. This will bring us roughly to the end of the first round robin. A couple of teams here, due to some rescheduling conflicts, not able to play the full 7 games. Over the next 2 weeks, we'll be having a break here for some of our viewers. So we'll give all of our teams here some time to recalibrate, reorganize, come back with some fresh strategies, and then we will be back in roughly 2 weeks. In these 2 weeks, we will have a few games here and there. So we will have that for you guys, some games just to to wrap up this first round robin. We'll have that schedule posted shortly, and then we will get into the second round robin starting the week of, let me take a look here, the week of the 22nd will be, let me double check. I know my schedule, and by I know my schedule, I don't know my schedule. Let me double check here. Okay, so.
Hey, do you want someone for pregame, Roger?
Sure, why not? But give me a second. Okay. So yeah, the week of the 22nd, we will be back on full time. We'll have a couple of games over the next couple of weeks. We'll see what else we can do in terms of maybe some more for fun stuff for both our players and our viewers as well. And then we will be back starting the week of the 22nd for more official matches. Hopefully everybody that's tuned in thus far has really enjoyed what you guys have seen thus far from Season 2 of the Do It Big Invitational. We're always working here to just improve both the playing and the viewing experience for all of you. So if you guys have suggestions for us, please let me know. If you guys are interested in playing, almost definitely going to be a Season 3 as well, so get to know some of the community here. and get integrated. All right. Now we're gonna have a special surprise for you guys. Jeff Pog Gamer did redeem, I want to say 20,000 channel points earlier tonight for the privilege of me casting their custom game. Looks like it will be a matchup here of Chili's Angels on blue side versus, and I hope this isn't TOS, Yumi Vor on red side. Only one. I recognize a couple of viewers here from Twitch chat. Freelancer216, Jeff. I'm gonna assume that's Jeff Pog Gamer. It looks like Clovis on that team as well, and Sang B. So welcome to you guys, loyal viewers of the chat, of the stream. Gonna get themselves on the stream in game. Before that, though, we're gonna get some pregame interviews from these teams. We'll get to know a little bit about Yumi Vor. So just give me a second here. Can I get some representatives from both teams? Okay. Forgive me, ladies and gentlemen. This is the fourth game of the night. If I do sound a little tired, gonna try to bring the energy for one final game to round out the night. And it looks like the representative here from Yumi Vor going to be Jeff Great Gamer, or Jeff Pog Player in Twitch chat. Let's see who the representative from Chili's Angels is going to be.
Let's get Ruhul. Oh, hello, Ruhul. Welcome.
I figured you'd ask for me, Jeff, so I just showed up.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, cool. So the representative here from Chili's Angels will be Rahul, aka Central Rahul, aka the ultimate weak side top laner. Okay, so as
what is this copy pasta, dude?
Yeah, dude, we got a lot of copy pastas over here, Tiggy. Welcome to the community. Okay, so we're going to take a little bit of a break from tradition here, as we have not heard from Jeff before, nor his team. So I want to give the floor to him first and introduce us to your team and tell the audience here, what exactly is Yumi Vor all about?
Okay, so I'm gonna go down the list of players. In the top lane, we have Freelancer 216, Cho'Gath Mastermind. He makes Rahul's weak side top laner look like a strong side. He smashes every lane without any jungle assistance. He will 1v2 anyone. He has 30 fee stacks by 10 minutes into the game. In the jungle, we have Utility Monster, who actually is a very for-fun player. He only wants me to play Malzahar and Galio so I can follow him around. Unfortunately for him, I like to play fun champions, so he just jungles and does nothing all game. I myself am Jeff Great Gamer, and I am just here to play games.
You're a great gamer.
I am actually a gambling mastermind. That's why we're all here. In the bot lane, we have Clovis Civillock Wong, casting guy, handsome guy, and master of Swain bot lane. He's actually Jacuzzi's main coach. So it's the protege versus the master. And supporting Clovis, we have Brian Sang, who's the cutest gamer, the Yumi one trick. And he's also about to demolish Jacuzzi for stealing Clovis away from him.
Okay, wow.
And those are my player introductions.
Thank you for that, Jeff. I'm gonna be honest, I'm more interested in the name. Can you tell us a little bit about the inspiration behind your team's name?
Yeah, well, you see, we are a very high elo Clash team. We play Clash, and we usually go 0-3, but so we can get more Clash tickets. And usually team name creation goes to Brian, and Brian always likes to have Yumi in the name. So our best Clash was actually Yumi Vor, so that's what we're going with.
Okay, sounds good. So Yumi Vor will be the team name here, representing Jeff on the Rift. Meanwhile, it will be against Chili's Angels. You picked a very strong opponent for your Do It Big debut. Chili's Angels at 5-2. We're going to turn it over to their representative, Rahul. What are you guys looking to do against Yumi Vor here?
Honestly, we're just really trying to convince them to not ban Yumi to insta-lock that, because we have intelligence that at least one of their members will run it down mid lane for us if we can get them to pick Yumi.
Alright, so yeah, the Do It Big community far more familiar with Chili's Angels, as they are sitting pretty at the top of the standings at 5-2. And Anthony here is saying, we should wrap things up because he wants to go to bed. Will mean that I'm going to send both of you back to your respective team chats as we get loaded into this game. Real quick, Tiggy, do you want to watch this one as well or not?
Good luck,
I'm
Great Gamer.
Have
Huh?
fun, Rahul.
I'm in.
Okay. Okay. So there's the invite. Tiggy. Okay. Tiggy is in here. Spectating. There we go. Okay. So should be ready to start very, very soon. For all you viewers out there, this can be your game that is put on the stream as well. All you have to do is bet on the right team, tune in, accumulate those channel points, and you can redeem them for a casted game of your choice as well. You get to pick the players. If you want members of the Do It Big community to be in your game, we can make that happen. So let us know. In this case here, Jeff Pog player with the intelligent betting gonna be able to lock down Chili's Angels for a game here, casted by yours truly. Let's get hype.
I'm hype.
I'm hype. Let's go. Okay. Let's see here. Where's Twitch chat up to?
We might need a bet.
Might need a bet. Should we do a bet?
I'm 2-0 right now.
Okay, let's do it. So we'll get one bet. Let's get some of those. Let's get some of those channel points rolling. I guess passed around. Really, you don't really get a net positive in terms of channel points here. But on the left side, we will have Chili's Angels. On the right side, we have Yumivore. So gonna get the bet up and going very, very shortly. Just give me 1 second. Okay, so the bet is live, ladies and gentlemen. One more opportunity for you to get some of those juicy channel points. All right.
Oh my god, Kaylin Morgana already, dude.
Oh no. Okay, so if we look at the draft here for Yumivore, going to be locking in their bot lane immediately. Going to be Caitlyn Morgana. Tiggy already dreading that for Chili's Angels. A ton of poke, a ton of harass. Meanwhile, for Chili's Angels, it's going to be a Swain. Should be in the hands of Chili 5, aka Charles, aka their captain. So it will be interesting to see if it is that famous Swain game for him. Going to be accompanied here by an Ashe Zillion. There should be a Zillion in the bot lane. So it will be interesting to see there.
I don't know what the what it's like in season 11.
Yeah.
But back in my day, when the enemy bot lane picked Caitlyn Morgana and they didn't win lane, we clowned on them.
Yeah.
Because it was that busted.
Yeah. I think it's
It
a
is
little
incredibly
less
oppressive.
Yeah, it is incredibly oppressive, but a little less meta, I would say. I think the Trinity. Actually, I have no idea if it's the Trinity of ADCs, but I think it's Senna, Kaisa, and I want to say Jhin. Aphelios is kind of out there as well, especially as a counter pick ADC, but Kaylin has been a little bit outside the meta. But I feel like Riot always puts her back in time for Worlds.
Ashe is usually picked against her in my experience, but
yeah.
Is the Swain being taken away from someone here?
No,
that is a big Swain player, or is it
no,
the Swain god himself?
Yeah, so Chili 5 is a big fan. We actually have an emoji on the channel specifically for him. Let's see if I can do it. There it is. Boom. So if you have the subscription, you can use my prefix sucks, by the way, because I'm not partnered, but it's MRRoge2 and then Swain Game. So if you are a subscriber, feel free to spam that in the chat to support Chili's Angels here and support this Swain. But yeah, also is my housemate actually, so I'm going to be hearing from him shortly about this game.
Some good stuff.
Good stuff. Okay, Shen going to be locked in here for Yumivor along with that Viego. Viego with the Black Shield and the Shen on top of him could be very, very potent. Ooh, going to be a Nocturne here picked up. Should go in the hands of Riot Bikro, their jungler. Has been played in the official tournament as well. I think they picked up a win with that. So also going to be good interactions here against the Shen. The Paranoia is going to prevent Shen here from ulting, as Shen cannot see any of his allies, cannot target any of his allies globally. Okay. The team comp here will be rounded out by Malphite. So there is that weak side top laner for Rahul. No surprise there that he picks a champion that requires approximately half a finger to play. Congratulations, Rahul. See what the last pick here is going to be. Ooh, okay, we're going to get that Gragas again. So we saw it being played by Asian SA last game. Going to be another Gragas pick here in the hands.
Looks like in the jungle, maybe.
Yeah, okay, so same champion, different role. Looks like we're going to have probably Viego in the mid lane. I think both teams here are lined up in their roles. Will be nice because then I won't have to remember to adjust everybody. But in the top lane, looks to be a matchup here between Rahul and Freelancer 216 in the jungle. Matchup between Riot Bikro and Utility Monster. Middle lane, Chili5 versus Jeff Great Gamer. In the bot lane, Akuji and Amiza142 will have their shot against their coach, Sivalok and Brian Tseng. Okay, so approximately 40 seconds here for you guys to put you. Let's see if I can extend this actually. I cannot. That's not good. Okay, but if you look at the bets here, heavily in the favor of Yumivor actually. 89. Oh my goodness, these betting odds are so skewed in favor of Yumivor. So no one has faith in Chili's Angels here. Only 12% in favor of them compared to 88% in favor of Yumivor. And yeah, 21,000 points being put up here for Yumivor. Only 3,000 for Chili's Angels. Who you got, Tiggy?
I'm shorting.
You're shorting? Okay, I like it. So going to be shorting here. As it stands, if you short properly, you're going to come in with a ton of channel points. So let's hope that ends up being the case here for my co-caster. Okay.
I just like their draft more.
Yeah.
It's not even about the payout at this point, but
okay. So you like?
I mean, Gragas has to get a lot of. I feel like if this goes late, which it might not, but that blue team has more options for the engage with the Malphite, Nocturne, Zillion, Ash. Like everything about their comp screams engage. Whereas red team screams split push, lane kingdom poke, maybe a bit of skirmish, and usually those kind of comps are. At least in the hands of non-pro players, kind of early game slanted and start to fall off compared to the Nayram of blue team. I usually favor Nayram team comps when it's anything but anything less than stellar comps or Elo.
I agree. Yeah, so will be interesting to see here which comp comes out ahead. Have not really obviously seen the play of the right side team here, red side team here, Yumivor. Cellular Boy saying, Roger practicing casting from across the room. Am I really quiet all of a sudden?
Not to me. I don't know.
Or do you mean that I'm practicing across the room from Charles?
Potentially.
Potentially. That is not the case. We are in our own rooms. But don't you worry. I will be harassing Charles throughout the night for what I'm sure is going to be a spectacularly interesting game.
I don't think blue team has many. They kind of have to fight fire with fire though. They don't have like like blue or rather red team did last game. They had the Gragas for disengage. Here, nothing about their comp is very disengagey. They just kind of have to press R and fight back whenever whenever red team will want to fight them. The only healing they have is just using Malphite ult on whoever's diving or Zillion ult on whoever's getting dove.
Yeah. So we're gonna load in here now. Finally, the spectator delay is over. So I'm gonna load into a special no stakes game between Chili's Angels and Yumi Vor. Chili's Angels on the blue side, Yumi Vor on the red side. I'm gonna give them the abbreviation YUV. Okay, so YUV here up against CHA, a custom game here courtesy of Jeff Pogkamer, who did redeem those channel point rewards that hopefully you guys are all still earning because you guys are loyal viewers of the stream. As we load on to the Rift here, looks to be relatively standard starts from both teams, which is kind of disappointing given that this is a for-fun game, but yeah, gonna be 5-point coming out here from Yumi Vor. Only 4-point until Zillion assumes his position.
I would totally invade his red team with Morgana Q into a Shenton Gragas E, but I guess it is what it is.
It is what it is, indeed.
Another point to like perhaps the weakness of red as this game goes on is that the only source of magic damage they have is Gragas.
That's a very, very good point. I mean, yeah, Gragas and Morgana gonna be the sources of magic damage here for red team, but support Morgana not really gonna be very heavily magic damage oriented. So it will be interesting here to see what Gragas decides to build. He does have the
He's gone Dark Harvest.
Right, so we
he's
might
probably
see that
looking to
one
pop
shot.
off.
The one-shot Fat Man gonna be potentially be the play here for Gragas Esquire himself.
It's the only skin I use.
Of course.
I used to pop off on Gragas back in my day. Back in my day.
Us league boomers. Speaking of boomers, we have a matchup of Boomer versus Zoomer. Going to be the newest champion in the game up against a very, very classic champion in Swain in the mid lane. So Diego going to get a good early prow here and actually going to be going far enough to drop a ward onto Nocturne's blue, so it'll be interesting to keep an eye on that. Nocturne not going to offer the 6 camp clear, so going to be interesting to see what his pathing is. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, a huge trade in favor of Swain. There is that never move landing into the Vision of Empire combo that we've seen so often this season. Ooh, Morgana here going to be looking for a binding that lands onto Ashe, and this should be a very, very dead Ashe. Oh my goodness, the heal going to block, but would have been a lethal auto coming out from the Caitlyn. So, like you said, Tiggy, there is that very oppressive lane coming out. The more Caitlyn, one bind going to lead to almost death here. In the mid lane though, another never move combo going to be barely juked away by the Viego W, which just gives him that little bit of a dash. Otherwise, that could have potentially been lethal.
Yeah, I've mostly seen Viego in the top or the jungle. It seems like he's just getting it poked out to oblivion by the Swain.
Yeah. We've seen this a lot from Charles, and more importantly, what we haven't seen from a lot of the players in the tournament thus far is how to dodge this never move. It has a really weird pattern in terms of how you dodge it, because you don't really care about getting hit by it coming out or going out. You want to dodge it coming back to you. So you want to have things behind you to block it, or you want to move towards Swain and kind of side to side to dodge that route from landing.
It's going to be just a tank fest in the top lane, but Gragas is actually coming around for the gank here.
Okay, so huge minion
Not
wave for
boarded.
Malphite, but Gragas has to get past the minion wave in order to hit the Fat. We'll be able to hit the Fat onto Malphite here. Malphite going to be slowed. The red buff auto attack is going to be followed by a
No flash.
Oh wow, okay, so Malphite gonna greet out the flash here, and the weak side top laner not playing weak side whatsoever, gonna go down to the jungle gank. Good wave management here as well, relatively speaking, although it will crash into tower. but after this, Shen should be able to set up a huge freeze in favor of him and potentially set up a repeat gank. That being said, Malphite did not blow flash there, so should hopefully learn his lesson and prevent going down to the Gragas again.
And the kill went onto the Shen. Ideally, you'd want it to go on the Gragas here, as I think he needs to snowball for this game to go well, as opposed to the Shen will just be farming against the Malphite and probably won't be doing much with the kills other than just becoming an immovable object.
Right.
It doesn't matter quite as much as the Dark Harvest. Probably Glass Cannon build we'll see coming out of the Gragas.
Okay, sorry Twitch chat. Apparently I've been very, very quiet. I've been too busy focused on the game. Maybe I'm just slowly angling my head away from my mic. Oh, this is a little bit better. I repositioned it. I mean, in the mid lane, Viego actually now going to start getting the favorable trades against this Swain. Viego does have a bit of innate lifesteal with the passive from his Q, so every second hit going to be healing him back up ever so slightly. Will mean that he does have a little bit of sustain here against the Swain poke. Ooh, a flash! Oh,
Very aggressive.
that was indeed a very, very aggressive flash body fat from the Gragas. Did not connect onto the Swain, however. Going to be a trade of flash and a jungler for mid laner. But now if you're Swain, you got to be careful. Never not going to land. The Viego does have flash. Oh, now he gets the ulti as well. Going to be able to lock that one down, but now it is under turret. And oh no, Nocturne ends up using the... Oh my goodness, but the turret going to be too much there. Vine going to land onto the Ashe and pick that one up in the bot lane. Nocturne, despite Eing the minion, the tower coming to his rescue, they're able to pick up a kill onto the Viego to avenge his fallen mid laner. But thus far, a good do it big debut for Yumivor, up 1,500 gold and up 3-1 in terms of kills against Chili's Angels. Gonna be interesting here to see where the Nocturne decides to go. And actually gonna be Malphite here with the level lead against the Shen. Yeah, this
That Malphite was not taking any of his shit.
Nope. Well, it was taking a lot of damage. Shen healthily in the health lead. So once Shen hits 6, gonna be interesting. Oh, the taunt goes wide there, though. Does have that grass proc there, so good trade overall still in favor of Shen. Malphite does not have any more sustain, chugging through all 3 charges of the corrupting pot. By the way, Twitch chat, I'm guessing because you guys are not saying that I'm talking from the bottom of a well, that my volume is a lot better now. If that's not the case, please let me know.
We do have the Nocturne 6, has yet to use his ult.
Alright, so Paranoia is available. Will be interesting to see where that goes. My candidate is this Viego. You want to make sure that he falls behind, otherwise he will just start snowballing the game out of control. But could potentially be a bot gank as well. Morgana Caitlyn relatively susceptible to a gank, particularly if that Dark Binding is down. Maybe the bot lane here, Chili's Angels, can bait it out, and then Nocturne can come in and just start eviscerating Caitlyn Morgana. As it stands here, though, an early rotation from the Zillion will mean that, going to be a good trade of flashes from both supports here. Otherwise, that would have been a very, very dead Time Wizard. Wow.
There's some aggressive flashes coming out of the red team, and they do kind of need it to push this game tempo.
Yep. Again, that Caitlyn Morgana have to be lane dominant, have been lane dominant thus far, trying to keep their foot on that pedal. Ashe gonna help that just a little bit. You see the tier of the goddess in the inventory. Oh, and look at Gragas here positioning in the Raptor Pit for a potential E over the wall. And Swain is just moving ever so slightly closer. Here we go.
Here we go. Yeah.
Okay, gonna be a good knockback here. Gonna be followed up by the body fat. There is Gragas. And the Never Move did not get used there by the Swain, so just a clean kill for the Gragas. Now 1-0 and 1, going to be steadily building towards what I assume to be a Night Harvester. Going for that one-shot Gragas build. Going to have a lot of good candidates here. Everyone not named Malphite going to be relatively squishy in this game. Nocturne does have the Shroud of Darkness spell shield to try to prevent potential... Hold on. Oh, this is not it, bro. Okay, Paranoia going to be used here onto the Shen, but this Malphite will go down. You do not want to be snowballing the Shen. Now going to be a double chain of corruption onto... Oh my god, that is definitely... Wait, Caitlyn here. Okay, so Caitlyn, they're gonna choose to kill the Ashe over the Zillion. Basically,
Yeah, go in the top
his
lane.
pick of the litter. Now Viego gonna be roaming top lane here. There's a Gragas in tow as well. This Nocturne just gonna try to fight it out here. Gragas gonna wait it out, gonna be able to pick up a kill. And Nocturne flashes for no reason. Gonna blow a huge summoner for no effect. This game squarely in favor of Yumivor already. And we don't even have the Shen ultimate being used yet. Alright, so Chili's Angels perhaps not looking so hot. Remember, their last game in the tournament was a loss to Pokey card. So maybe a little bit out of practice here too against Yumivor. But the game is not over by any stretch of the imagination just yet. Definitely not a big fan of the first paranoia of the game being used on a Shen that was approximately 2 centimeters away from his turret. Now Gragas gonna try to find the Swain here, gonna be a headshot over the top. Oh my god, so much damage. Nevermood's gonna try to heal himself up back here, gonna be taunted. No Zanya's Hourglass available for the Swain here, means he will die. Basically, as soon as he gets back to lane, the Dark Binding almost gonna find its way onto Nocturne as well. Dragon
Feeling so bad for this Swain. He's down levels to the enemy jungler as mid laner.
Yeah, that's gonna be
It's brutal.
bad, man. This Gragas has been doing a good job here though of getting around these lanes, has 4 KP, has been there crucially to pick up some XP, I feel like, as well. And now there's going to be a deep teleport into bot lane courtesy of Viego. This Zillion Ashe duo a little bit overextended. Now Swain gonna teleport in, probably just to die. The Chrono Shift gets used very early. Also, the Ashe already expired. Swain's gonna be resurrected here by the Zillion though. And now the Enchanted Crystal are gonna find its way onto Gragas. Bomb gonna go down. That will potentially be a dead Gragas. Now Paranoia gonna be used to try to find its way onto Viego. But Viego has the resets coming in here. Gonna be able to possess Ashe's corpse now as well. Now the Stand United fight gets used here. Gonna try to turn around this king. Let's see if Shen is able to find a taunt. Will not. Now Viego tries to go into the tower here, but Shen will go down to the turret very, very shortly. Unfortunately, the support Zillion does not have enough damage to kill the Gragas. Gragas living with approximately 1 HP. Let's see if they decide to go for a dive here onto the Nocturne Zillion combo. Oh, Dark Binding gonna land. Let's see if Caitlin's able to drop a trap in time. It will not. Will mean that Zillion lives to fight another day. And finally, the first dragon of the game gonna get started up here by Yumivor.
And this Swain's basically a support at this point. He's so far behind. Teleporting in with no ultimate there. Not even using the flash. It's sentenced himself to death and falling even farther behind after I lamented his position in this game. It's just a brutal, brutal game for the Swain at this point.
If you're Chili's Angels, you have a saving grace here in the Nocturne, but Nocturne going to be hard-pressed to try to find a target here that will not immediately just eat the Stand United and be peeled off by the explosive cask as well coming out from the Gragas. Just so many peel tools, and it's going to be very, very squishy at well too. Oh no. Oh no, this Ashe is trying to dodge a Dark Binding that just never came. Instead, Morg just going to walk in, lock her up with the ultimate. This Ashe now 0-4. So Akuji not having a great time, thinking his lucky stars that this game does not count for anything. Gonna fall to the Morgana Caitlyn once again, and you called it, Tiggy. That oppressive combo doing so much work in this early game.
It might not be meta because of the numbers, but the mechanics are still there. And it's just insane poke into CC chaining.
Nocturne now gonna walk into Gragas. You're gonna block the Q, but now gonna be locked up by Viego to go very, very low. There should be a yep. So the Viego ultimate gonna land onto Nocturne, be able to lock that one up. Contesting a crab that his team was not prepared for will mean that Nocturne gets shut down here as well. Is able to pick up the Duskblader's Rakthar, so we'll be interested to see where or what target he decides to choose in these team fights. But if Nocturne falls further and further behind, not going to have the damage to assassinate anybody and go invisible before Yumivor are able to tunnel in on him and lock him down.
I mean, Nocturne should be using his ultimate bottom lane on cooldown.
No, this Ashe can die here. Oh my goodness gracious, alive. Oh, okay, Zillion able to block what would have been a fatal headshot coming in from the Caitlyn, or ace in the hole, excuse me, not a headshot. In the top lane, Gragas now going to go top against the Malphite. Malphite actually going to walk back towards the Shen. I don't know about that one, Rahul. Meanwhile, Paranoia going to be used to try to get involved in the bot lane. We're going to go very, very low. Going to go golden here as well. Going to be picked up in short order. This Caitlyn should die as well. The net not going to land onto the Zillion here. But actually, it's going to be Viego roaming down here. The Chrono Shift does get used onto the Nocturne, but they're going to expire, and now Nocturne not able to count to 5 will mean that Nocturne goes down immediately upon the expiration of that Chrono Shift. Now Viego going to go aggressive. The stun not going to land onto the Ash. There is a Swain here. Let's see if the Never Move connects. It does, but Viego is camouflaged, so not able to pull in using that Swain passive. No one got close enough to see that camouflaged Viego. Will mean that Viego is able to live here, and otherwise it would have been a very, very scary dive scenario for the Viego.
Man, oh man, this is so bad for blue team right now.
Yeah, Chili's Angels not looking very hot here in this exhibition game. Yumi Vor perhaps petitioning to let them play in the tournament in their stead, but not going to be the case here. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Morgana seemingly cannot miss with these Dark Bindings. I say that as she misses a Dark Binding, but this Morgana and Caitlyn duo is doing a ton of work up against the bot lane of Chili's Angels. Maybe some motivation for them. Meanwhile, in the top lane, this Malphite has just been continually getting ganked, trying to bait the Viego into a Nocturne, but gonna go down and now provide a reset, and now the Viego Malphite gonna slow down Nocturne as well. Nocturne forced to flash over the wall. Malphite not nearly as tanky as he wants to be here in this early game. Was 0-3 before that, now 0-4, and this Viego 8-1-1, more than happy to just feast on Malphite's corpse there. Nocturne not going to have nearly enough damage to lock down Viego at this stage in the game. Viego now 8-1. Paranoia not going to be used on Morgana. Oh my goodness, goodbye Morgana. Caitlyn going to be the next target here. Let's see if the Enchanted Crystal Arrow it does. Holy shit, what an arrow. Why did you flash forward there if you are Swain? That was a 3.5 second lockdown. A completely unnecessary flash here by the Swain. Could have ambled over at a snail's pace and still be able to pull this Caitlyn back in there, but regardless, a crucial shutdown here going to be handed over to the Nocturne. Unfortunately, not
Very important that Nocturne's using his ultimate when Shen's is on cooldown. As I was saying earlier, before a bunch of unfortunate events happened, the Nocturne should really be looking to use his ultimate on the squishy targets in the bottom lane, Caitlyn and Morgana, to alleviate the poke pressure and CC pressure in bottom lane or now mid lane, wherever Ashe and Caitlyn are.
Malphite though now gonna be jumped on here. Oh no, this Malphite gonna be found out, gonna just walk to his death here. It's gonna be a very legendary Viego now. And look at this Viego Malphite. You gotta be careful here. Dark Binding gonna land, this will be a Dead as well. Time Rune gonna just delay the inevitable here as far as I'm concerned. Viego should be able to move to 10-1 here. Yep, we'll do exactly that. This Viego is completely out of control. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, Nocturne's ult cooldown, the base cooldown at least, is shorter than Shen's, and so when you line up the ultimate Nocturne ult traits for Shen ult, you need to make sure that you are able to use Nocturne ult immediately when it comes off cooldown early in this game.
Gragas though gonna try to flash in here, gonna instead get eaten an Enchanted Crystal Arrow, a couple more autos from the Ashe. No, Stand United gonna prevent this one from going down. Paranoid does get used, I think. Only to go into the mid lane though, and now Ashe getting taunted up by the Shen will go down. Meanwhile in the mid lane, Nocturne should be able to find one more. No! Will not find the auto, but the Dustbringer gonna go right through the Black Shield, and now Nocturne gonna try to fight this out against the Morgana. Morgana gonna flash away, and that second activation of the Soul Shackles will be able to lock down the Nocturne. So Caitlyn's death not in vain there. Binding gonna prevent Swain from going aggressive onto the Morgana, and Yumi Vor just finding wins across the map. Ashe went down there to the Gragas and Shen eventually. Gragas almost going too deep in the tower before that Stand United coming through to bail him out there. And Ashe still 0-5-1, sitting only on not even a Mirror Mana, Mana Immune at this stage. Gonna be a while before she's relevant outside of pressing R.
Anyway, back to the Nocturne Shen.
The Nocturne interaction, yes.
It's just I've played it where you play both of them together and one against another from both sides of it. Usually Nocturne into Shen, as opposed to the other way around, as I do main jungle. But I mean, you gotta be planning when you're dealing with global cooldowns. You have to make sure that they are desynced and that you're capitalizing when yours are available and the enemies are, and that is the number one thing to focus on with these global cooldowns.
It's really interesting because technically Nocturne ulti counter Shen ulti, right? Because it blocks the Shen from targeting anybody. Hold on. Paranoia going to be used here. Kayle actually go over the wall first before Nocturne is going to find his way onto there. But the Blast Shield actually going to be enough to block the Malphite ultimate as well. Nocturne going to go very, very low. Going to be taken down by the Morgana. Now Shen going to be able to taunt in here onto the Swain. There's a Viego and a Gragas in tow. This Swain is not nearly tanky enough. We're seeing the downfalls of picking Swain and then falling behind. When Swain falls behind, he literally is just a sack of 300 gold for the enemy team. Even with the bonus health from the Never Move, he does not lack the necessary damage. He lacks the necessary damage or the resist to really stand up in these team fights. Gonna go down here to Yumivor, and
Swain was so far ahead early in this matchup in the mid lane versus Viego, poking him down in the range versus melee classic, but he just completely disrespected Gragas' gank potential, and he's paying the price.
Yeah, this Gragas has done a great job in this game, impacting every single lane, 2-0 and 8, especially nullifying the potential for Malphite to get involved in these team fights and turn around the game for his team. Have not seen Yumivor really go for those full 5-on-5 team fights where Malphite really shines. Instead, going for picks with the Morgana, with the Gragas, with the Ace in the Hole, and then Viego just resetting off of one pick. Going to mean that Chili's Angels are not going to get their preferred team fight playstyle.
It all goes back to the first ganks that were focused on the top lane, right? Gragas ganks the Malphite. Malphite doesn't respect Flash, the body slam, or the taunt from Shen.
Oh my god,
dies
almost
for
going
it.
to be a one-shot here. Zillion ulting himself in time, but now the black... Oh my god, the black pool going to be enough there to take on that. Oh, but a huge shutdown onto the Gragas. Shen did land there just in time, but now this Malphite going to be binded up by the Morgana. This Morgana, again, does not miss. Meanwhile, Viego going to be confident to dive the... Oh my god, this Swain going to use Never Move late there and then flash away from the Viego. So Viego having a good time against the Swain here in this bot lane. Look at these dark bindings.
Oh no.
Oh my goodness. The pilled over Peacemaker over the top, and now the Swain gonna go down as well. This is just not a good look here for the leaders in the standings, really. 5-2 in the regular season, not gonna come into any effect here against Yumivor, seemingly ready to take the crown of the Do It Big champions in Season 2. However,
This is kind of what I expected to happen in the last game if Jarvan came out to play, albeit, you know, the enemy bottom lane compared to the Jarvan in the last game was similarly disrespectful compared to the Malphite in the top lane versus the Gragas this game, but Gragas has done a fantastic job at, he's gotten the results, and snowballing his lane kingdom-centric team, and then snowballed from top to mid to bottom in that order, and Viego just is running rampant now.
Yeah, Viego.
Kayle and Morgana remain oppressive, even though Nocturne has some kill potential in them. They just have too much gold at this point, and they're taking towers, and any trap or binding that lands is a kill. It's just a bad place to be.
Yeah, you're definitely right there about the Gragas versus the Jarvan. I think their mindsets were the same in both games. It just comes down to a difference in execution, I think. We saw there, like in that Malphite gank, for example, a really good wave setup here pulled by the Shen, whereas in the J4 game, they had pushing lanes every time Jarvan wanted a gank.
Right.
Jarvan not set up for success and not able to find some micro plays as well. Like you said, the EQ flash not ever coming out there. Gonna spell the difference. Oh my goodness. This Morgana at this point doing so much damage with the Zhonya's and the Imperial Mandate. Look at that.
She does more damage than Swain.
Yeah, at this point she really does. Swain at 0-6 actually has far less items than Morgana does. Morgana on 7,100 gold. Swain only has 6,400. Not something that you want to see if you are a Chili's Angels fan. Trying to get back into this game. Oh, miss cannon alert, miss cannon alert. Come on, Clovis. We're gonna have to maybe strip you of a cast for that one. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so Baron now going to be started here by Yumivor. I don't think this is contestable in any stretch of the imagination if you are Chili's Angels. And that is the case here. Baron very, very low here. Vision of Empire just going to confirm that Baron is officially there for Yumivor. I always forget to turn on objective timer, sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. But Ocean Soul will also be similarly available for them in 2.5 minutes as well. And barring a miracle 5-man Malphite ultimate, I don't think Chili's Angels can really get back into this game. Look at this Flash Morgana bind
Dear
onto
Lord.
this. Jesus. So yeah, this Morgana is just playing out of her mind here. Really just cannot miss. Finding another kill onto the now 0-7 and 2 Swain. This is definitely not a Swain game. Alright, now gonna be a dive here onto the Ashe. Oh no, Paranoia not gonna do anything. And
That's game.
Yeah, that is gonna be game here
That
for
is gonna be game.
Yumivor. So congratulations to Yumivor for a successful Do It Big debut.
Oh?
Alright, Greg is gonna go down here, so a bit of a regression here. The time wizard here gonna buy just a little bit more time in this game.
This speed goes for diving shit is so what the hell, Riot.
Look at that, he walked out of there. He literally walked out of there. The laser like thought about hitting him and then just didn't. But yeah, in the end, it's gonna be a win here for Yumivor. Congratulations to them for their successful debut on the Do It Big stage. Perhaps we'll see some of these players here in Season 3. Thus far, I know for a fact that these players have been doing a great job contributing to the Twitch chat copy pasta, so I'm really happy that we get to see them on the Rift as well. So good stuff here coming out from Jeff Great Gamer and his team. Gonna pick up a win here over Chili's Angels, maybe give them something to think about as they prepare for the second round robin of the night. We're also gonna grant Yumivor here the privilege of some post-game interviews, as is tradition here over at Do It Big. So just give me a second here to switch back to my client, and then we're gonna hear from Yumivor. Okay. So, give me one moment here. Where are they? Are they still here? Okay. I'm just pop into their chat real quick. You guys want to come up for some post-game interviews?
Yeah. I think you should send J-Bar so he can explain his flash body slams.
Oh god.
Yeah. So, whoever wants to get interviewed should come up.
Alright.
Okay, so we're gonna get Josh here. I'm guessing, Josh, you are...
I was Gragas.
Okay, cool. Are you the only representative for your team here?
I think so. I think everyone else is too intimidated by the prospect of giving interviews.
What? Okay, wow. They should know that, it's only positive vibes here on their interview desk, especially since you guys are the victor. Really a statement win here over Chili's Angels, whom are, we all know is sitting at the top of the Do It Big standings. So
it's true.
Clearly Yumivor here could potentially be a candidate for Do It Big champions in Season 3. But who knows?
I don't think we get to pick the teams in Season 3, right? It's drafted?
It is correct. That was going to be the thing that I mentioned. It's that, unfortunately, here at Do It Big, we have a draft, so you cannot just roll up here with your squad and pit yourself against other squads. That is the beauty of the tournament, I think. But enough about that. Josh here on the Gragas making a ton of impact in the early game. Just ganking. How good did it feel to gank the weak side top lane?
It's always fun to gank weak side top laners. I don't think it actually impacted the map that much because Shen can be a header behind, Malphite can be a header behind, and it doesn't do much. But it definitely gets me ahead and gives me an item lead, which lets me impact later in the bottom side around dragons. So I think that was the bigger impact from the top ganks early.
Yeah, definitely. You also found some successful ganks mid here. As I'm sure you've seen, Chili fan, a big fan of the Swain game. That was definitely not a Swain game, ending the game 0-8. in large part due to your early pressure. So, did you guys know about the reputation of this Swain heading into this game?
We did actually, and we were planning on picking it ourselves if it wasn't taken because we have a dual flex. Our mid laner and our AD carry can both play Swain, so they took it away from us. Swain, it looks worse than it was. I think Swain is no mobility, and so once he gets behind, he sort of has to keep going in and trying. And if he's not dying a lot, he's almost not trying to make plays, and he's just giving up. So it looks worse than the play was, but when low mobility champion like that, you want to punish early. So when we traded flashes early, I knew I could come back again and again.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen the power of the Swain in the tournament, but here we saw what happens when Swain does fall behind. Basically becomes that free stack of gold for the taking. Yeah, the Viego popped off huge in this game. What do you have to say about your mid laner?
He's been spamming nothing but Viego since Viego got released, so he's basically a one trick. You should ban it.
Okay, so yeah, Jeff, if you guys get another 20k reward redeemed here, definitely something to watch out for. Team Yumivore got to ban Viego away from Jeff here.
Yeah, but I think the big thing with this was I think we're the favored team. We had just some strong players we've played together before. This is a drafted team, so we put together for a couple weeks. But I think there's a lot to learn from the early game, especially sort of the way that we were able to convert leads down to bottom side and turn into dragons. So I think definitely we're going to try and review this game after with Chili's Angels and sort of see if they can learn how to transition early game leads like we did, and also just how to play a little bit when you get behind on the back foot a little bit early and trying to, not lose quite as quickly as they end up doing. So hopefully people can learn from the game.
Yeah, we appreciate that. Even not being in the tournament here, definitely some community resources helping out our teams here. Definitely part of the community aspect that we go for here at Do It Big. So thank you to Josh and to Team Yumivore for their game here. Reminder for the viewers, you and your squad can also feature on the stream as long as you probably just honestly match Jeff's bets because he's been killing it. Sorry, and speaking of bets, I will get it out. So there is your payday, although you guys didn't win much because everybody bet on Yumivore here. Not a lot of Chili's Angels fans at this point.
Well,
Sag, that was me.
I think everyone in our team all in on ourselves before the match. They got to bet on yourself. Got to bet on yourself to go big. So.
Indeed. All right. So congratulations to you guys. Hopefully we'll see you again on the Rift on the stream. And that will be excuse me, can't talk. That will bring our stream to a close for the night. A reminder for the viewers, alright, this is the end of the first round robin. Gonna have a bit of a break here for our teams, and then we will start back fresh again on the week of the 22nd. There will be a couple of games just to, keep you guys entertained. Let me double check